309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Jan Krzysztof Duda, the reigning World Cup winner, is back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Gukesh D. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello and welcome to the Chess24 coverage of round 5 of the FIDE World Cup and Women's World Cup. And you gotta strap yourselves in, folks, because it's gonna be a chess showdown like no other in Baku. It is tiebreak time. We have 2 players battling it out in a match for that last quarterfinal spot in the Open. But 6 women in 3 matches are fighting for those 3 semi-final spots. The tension is at an all-time high, and every move and every decision will count. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it is a great pleasure to be commenting all the action alongside a maverick of chess, one of the original thinkers, and I'm going to borrow this line from chat. Wait for it, Simon. Father of Harry the H-Pawn, a man who needs no introduction, Grandmaster Simon Williams.
Why, thank you, Ivanka, and it is an honour to be commentating alongside the dashing, the lovely, the charming, adorable, intelligent International Master, brilliant, should I say. What else can I say? Ginger, at times. That's a thumbs up. Ivanka Hauska. What a pleasure it is, Ivanka. And thank you for that introduction. The father of Harry. I like that. I like that. You know? I like it. Considering I'm always sacrificing him, Ivanka, I don't know if that's a good thing or not, really. Should you be sacrificing your firstborn at every opportunity? Well, in the Bible, they often did, so maybe it is a good thing. But let's go back to the chess. It's going to be a brilliant event, right? A brilliant tiebreak.
It's going to be a brilliant event, Simon. And it's tiebreak day, so that means that we are going to see players eliminated. It's going to be everything at once: emotional, tense, and of course, exciting. So let's have a look at the tiebreak rules. So first up, the players will be playing a match of the best of 2 rapid games at a time control of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. And if the match is still tied after these 2 games, then time gets slashed and we are going to go on to a best of 2 rapid games at 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. And if after all this, there is still nothing that can separate the 2 players, well, we move on to tiebreak 3, where once again, the less time means more action, and then it's the best of 2 blitz games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And then finally, it becomes 1 blitz game, sudden death, and the first player who wins a game will go through to the next stage. Oh, Simon, are you ready for the chess?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I love the tiebreak stage. The time obviously is slashed, so we get quicker, very exciting games. And there's so much that they're playing for, right? They're playing to try and get a place, I think, mainly in the candidates and the opportunity of becoming world champion. And all of these players are fantastic players who, have kind of earned that right, really. They're playing for a lot of prize money, and the pressure is rising, and it's just going to be really tense and very exciting. So, can't get a better day than the tiebreak days.
Definitely not. And there we can see in the playing hall that there are 4 matches that are going to be played. In the open section, it is Vidit with the white pieces, and he'll be facing off against Jan Nepomniachtchi. In the women's section, well, it's been a much more narrowly contested, and there we will have 3 matches. There we can see Vidit on the camera getting in the flow state, and there we also see Aleksandra Goryachkina with the black pieces. She'll be facing off against the Indian Grandmaster Harika-Goryachkina. And those moments, those seconds before the clock begins to tick, and we see Paehtz-Muzychuk with the white places.
That. Sorry, Ivanka, I saw a little smile there. That's really nice because they look so serious, right? We had, Goryachkina just looking like she was really going to explode, but Lizzie giving a little laugh there. I like that, breaking the tension a little bit, Ivanka.
Yes, and these two are actually firm friends. They're very, very good friends. But Lizzie actually mentioned in an interview yesterday that it's very, very important to separate your friendship from the actual chess. What happens on the chessboard stays on the chessboard. And Paehtz-Muzychuk, she has an accolade of many achievements. She's been Women's World Rapid Champion, Women's World Blitz Champion. She was also the 4th woman to cross 2600. She is desperate to achieve the ultimate, and that is to become Women's World Champion. But first, she has to play in the World Cup, and she has to get one of those coveted candidate spots.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a really big matchup. One that I'm very much looking forward to because I know both of these players pretty well as they've been around, I suppose, longer than some of the other players. And I commentated alongside Lizzie before, a really nice person. And also, watching the other in the open section, Nepo, should we say, versus Vidit, is going to be fascinating as well. Vidit, can he make it 4 Indian players going through to the next round? I mean, that must be some kind of record. Also, Nepo, can he get back in? He'll probably get in the candidates anyway, but can he just ensure that place through winning that match? So there's so much to look forward to today.
Definitely. And so we did see Vidit, but he's now left the board. But some interesting stats for you, Simon. So when it comes to rapids, Nepomniachtchi leads Vidit 2-1 and 3 draws. And when it comes to the Blitz games, Nepomniachtchi also leads Vidit 3-0 and 1 draw. But Vidit, he is well known for his preparation. We will see what he's got up his sleeve today. This is the moment.
Yeah, there's some major stacks as well. So I was just looking at Paehtz-Muzychuk versus Elizabeth Paehtz, and they must have played, I was assuming, a fair amount of times because they've been around on the scene for a long time. And let's just have a look at their rapid and blitz combined. And Paehtz-Muzychuk has a really big lead over Lizzie. 11 wins to only 1 win from Lizzie, and 6 draws there. So that is very much favouring Paehtz-Muzychuk. She must therefore be a big favourite in the quicker time controls, I guess, Ivanka.
She is a big favourite, but I have to say, Lizzie has actually had a marvellous tournament so far. She's beaten some big favourites, Bibisara Salbieva, Women's Blitz World Champion. She's also beaten Ju Wenju in the previous round. And this is the furthest she's ever got in a World Cup stage. So she will be feeling very confident. And yesterday we did see Lizzie escape one quite dark moment.
Yeah, I mean, we had that very interesting ending yesterday. People can remember that, which looked like it was heading for a draw. And then Lizzie played a really big blunder, giving Paehtz-Muzychuk a chance to strike and actually win the match outright there. But Paehtz-Muzychuk returned the favour and also blundered by allowing Lizzie's king to escape from a trapped area. And it looks like we are going to have kickoff very soon. I think we're going to start our coverage with this match, the match between Vidit and Nepo. I love that tattoo. How many chess players have tattoos? Not many. And I still don't know what it says. Or maybe it doesn't say anything. It's got quite a big drawing on it. And we on the board there, we have a solid opening choice from Jan. He's going for this equal pawn structure, and I guess he's going to try to strike with the white pieces later on, Yovi.
Yeah, he certainly will be trying to strike with the white pieces. I mean, in this tournament, Nepomniachtchi has been favouring the Petrov with the black pieces, and the two actually continuing the game that they played yesterday. This is the exact same opening. So are we going to see Vidit play c4? Yep, c4 on the board. And in that game yesterday, Vidit did have an opportunity to get a sizable advantage.
I have to apologise. I've actually got a cat coming through my window. Hello, Diesel. This doesn't always happen in commentary. So I live upstairs and the cat's just come through. Hello. So I'm going to let you just continue for a minute. I'll show you Diesel, but I'm going to move him outside. Okay? Naughty cat coming through the window. So over to you, Yovi. We'll be back with proper commentary soon. Hello.
I don't think we've ever seen that one before. A cat raiding commentary. And here comes Nepomniachtchi's move, knight a6, provoking a3, stopping that knight getting to the b4 square. Yeah, I was also thinking the same as that comment in chat. Simon showing us all the cat. And we see Vidit actually go for the similar pawn structure that he had yesterday, c5. I really do like this structure because the plan is often very simple. It's just to storm the queen side with a b4, b5 push once you've taken control over the middle of the board. And wow, Nepomniachtchi, he is not messing around. He plays f5, supporting this stronghold on e4. Wow. What do we think of this, Simon?
I don't know. I've been dealing with a cat, Rebecca. And how many times does that happen? Commentary will be delayed because a cat has just come through the upstairs window. And it's a very cute cat from Afghanistan, actually. Escaped on the last plane out. And that's not a lie. So, yeah, this position. Can I bring the cat back? I'm afraid the cat has gone now. I'm not bringing the cat back now. If you missed the cat, I'm sure you heard the cat. You must have heard the cat. I wasn't lying there. There was a cat. So I had the cat. I did have it in my arms, but it escaped before it was able to show because it is a chess show, not a cat show. But actually, by the comments, I think people would rather see the cat. I made a big blunder there. Anyway, back to the chess. What a crazy position. They're moving very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, was can say Vidit is not surprised at all by Nepomniachtchi's turn of events. I mean, his moves, he just gone on with his plan of relocating a knight to f4. And up until the last few moves, this position had been seen twice. And hello, do I just see the G-pawn move forward? Nepo means business. He got out of bed in a violent mood today.
This must be preparation, I would imagine, Yovi, because the speed that both players are playing, especially Nepo with the black pieces, in what is a very complex scenario. As you say, black is throwing the G and the F pawn down the board. This is just the kind of style of chess which Jan loves doing. He loves motoring pawns on. He loves attacking. But will he be forced to move backwards now? Because the knight there is under pressure. And if he has to start going backwards, I could see things going wrong for him. I mean, maybe pawn takes knight is not a threat. There we go. The queen comes in.
The queen comes in, and it looks like Nepomniachtchi is in preparation mode. I mean, you don't play f5, g5, and then just go knight f6. No. You want to sacrifice that knight. And actually, you cannot take that knight because after pawn takes knight, it will be met with f takes. pawn. F takes e4, and then queen f2 is a killer threat. And, well, it's happened.
Yes, so I think this is possible. I mean, because I think white's just going to try to keep the knight on e5. And this knight g4 is the move that stops that queen from diving in with back rank threats. Of course, Jan is going to win the bishop back on d3. Incredibly complex series of moves here. And we're on move 20. And both players have hardly spent any time. I think this game could come down to who's done the better preparation. Because surely they both have prepared this deeply. And look, even here, it's a very difficult decision. Do you take with a pawn, keep the queens on, or do you go for the queen exchange? And they've hoovered off the queens immediately. So again, Jovanka, this is just how good preparation is nowadays. And still a complex scenario on the board, but one that both players must have analysed before.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen Vidit take a break. So he's going to activate the knight on e2. Is he going to put knight c3 or knight to g3 to target the weak e4 pawn? And I agree with you there, Simon. This is just preparation central. Both players ruling out the moves. Who is better? It's interesting, the bishop pair does look scary, but at the same time, the pawn on e4 is going to fall, and wow, we do see Nepomniachtchi completely unfazed, and he just grabs a pawn in the middle of the board. And there we see Vidit also grab on e4, and he has some strong squares for the knight. Knight will come to d6, and again,
well, it's just deep preparation.
Way before we can even sit there and analyze the consequences of knight c2.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they slow down, this is where the preparation is probably, I don't even know if it's going to end, because Jan must have looked at this before, and so has Vidit. And you mentioned earlier just how good Vidit's preparation is. I mean, let's not forget, Jan has played 2 World Championship matches. And in order to, you get months and months to prepare for these matches. So you've got to have great opening knowledge. I mean, the evaluation bar thinks this position is roughly even, but that might be on a low depth. So you've really got to wait a little bit longer to see how these kind of positions play out. But I think Vidit's got a very nasty idea up his sleeve with this bishop d2. I think there is a concept of going bishop c3 and knight h6 checkmate. Unbelievable checkmate that would be. The bishop controlling those dark squares and the knight controlling the light squares. So this seems quite scary for black, this position, because white has more threats, and it's a position I think you would have wanted to have made sure your home analysis had analysed a bit deeper, Jovanka.
Yes, certainly that is a dangerous threat that I've been actually thinking how black should deal with it. And I can see moves like h5 just to give some air to the black king. But this one is shaping up very nicely, and I love the fact that both players in their preparation, who's done the homework, who's actually studied the position in great depth, we will find out. As we see Nepomniachtchi take a pause, he has a choice. Which rook should he grab? Should he perhaps deal with the knights that are heading to give some dangerous checks to the black king? Decision time.
Yeah, I think at some point, you have to just take a rook. So Jan maybe just trying to recall his analysis. And look, I think he's still in his homework, and it'd be kind of crazy if he's not. But maybe he's just deciding which one to go for. I mean, knight takes the rook in the corner, and to me looks the most logical, because this rook is on an open file. So you want to kind of draw that rook away. So if I take the knight in the corner, I at least draw one of white's pieces away. And we could have a very interesting situation. I mean, this position is really rich. So before we just move on, let's just have a look at maybe one line. Let's say the knight does take the rook in the corner. Well, in actual fact, I don't think white should capture this back, because after a move like h5, it's not clear to me that white's going to win the exchange back. I think white's whole concept of putting the bishop here is to control these dark squares, and I think this would be the natural move. And now the big threat, as you mentioned before, is if the knight moves, for example, knight h6 is checkmate. It's the end of the game. So you must stop this move. And there's not many ways you can actually do that. It's actually, the possibilities are not limitless. You don't want to move your king. That just looks really weird. I think you have to move your h-pawn. And this might just be a forcing line where something like h5 should be played. And, oh, here we go. Well, he's taken the other rook. So let's go back. But are we now going to see this bishop c3 move? I think we should stick with the game a little bit more. So he did take this one. And possibly, if bishop c3, he's going to throw in a knight f3, something like that, Jovanka, to discombobulate things.
Exactly. I mean, that's certainly something to consider. But Vidit did not blink. He just captured that knight with the rook. And the plan is still very much clear. Bishop c3 and give a check on h6. And let's not also forget the materialist plan, which is to take pawns, take the pawn on g5 that's up for grabs, give a few checks. There's also the possibility of white actually playing knight e to f6 check and start eyeing up the bishop on e8.
That's right. So I do think Jan is just trying to recall what work he's done. This is obviously a key line. And he's now played h5. So this is what modern chess is like. So for anyone at home just wondering how things have developed, this position after move 26, both players have looked at on their computer, and they've probably looked at it a lot deeper than this. They're starting to forget their preparation, because it is now move 26. I mean, some lines go as deep as move 40 now. And I think it's really key for everyone at home to remember that it's not always a good idea to copy the top players, because, if you're an amateur player and you're thinking, I love the way that Vidit or Nepo plays, I want to play like them, you have to memorize like 30, 40 moves of theory. Maybe you've got like a job and you need to do the job as well. There's other variations, other ways you should be playing that don't involve memorizing. Vidit has come in with a check, still in their theory, Jovanka, and I'm guessing after the king goes here, it's going to get even more complex, with Vidit maybe taking on g5, maybe even with a knight. I mean, look at this. Let's say king g7. You've got to move the king somewhere. That knight is in a little bit of trouble. What if I go knight takes g5? A bizarre position. My main point is, if you now capture there going a rook up, I will play knight e6 and I win my rook back with an attack. So king g7 is played. Who's done the better homework? Knight g5.
Wow. Knight g5 instantly. And your big point there, that is huge. Knight to e6, big threat on the board. And Nepomniachtchi has to take a break. He has to think about how he's going to handle that. And wow, I'm just looking at the path, and the path to equality is very narrow. Basically, black has to play king to g6.
I mean, a move like king
if you
g6
don't go king to g6
is a hard move to find. This is where, if you haven't done your homework, you could be in trouble. Now, Jan, I'm sure, has done his homework because he's got this far. He's just trying to remember it. And this is a real challenge for modern day chess players. I mean, you have to memorize openings and openings to move 30, 40, and you don't know when you're going to get them. And you have to be able to recall that information if you're playing top level. I say you don't have to do that. Actually, Magnus Carlsen rarely gets in a situation where he has to recall the latest moves, even though I'm sure he can. But there you go. He's done his homework, Jovanka. King g6 on the board. He's still in preparation. This is the only move. And modern chess, this is what it is nowadays.
It is modern chess. Yeah, I agree with you. Just going back to your point about Magnus Carlsen, Magnus very much plays on familiarity with pawn structures and pieces, and just harmonizing all his forces so that they work nicely together. Having said that, there was a lot of background work. Magnus basically has spent all his life studying chess and just ingraining those patterns into his memory bank. And there we can see Vidit bashing out rook to e7.
Yeah,
Wow.
this doesn't surprise me at
And
all.
top computer move, right?
These are all just top computer moves. That's correct. And again, look at that. Jan, he's giving it a bit of a frown. Does that mean he's starting to forget his theory? I mean, I think this is just great preparation. And what a lot of top grandmasters do nowadays, as I know you know, Ivanka, is they might have analysed this line as white, and they might realise that, okay, if my opponent plays perfect defence and he knows the variation, it's most likely to end in a draw, even though I can't see how this position would ever end in a draw. But they think, okay, I'm going to play it anyway, because there's a great chance that my opponent might not remember things perfectly. And you know there's only one move here as well that black can play. It's bizarre. There's only one move. Look in this position. Look at Jan. I love his facial moves here. And he's played the move immediately. Bishop f4. This is move 29, and they're banging out their moves in this highly complex position. I mean, what a crazy position Ivanka it is. And look at that. Vidit's banged out his next move. Whoa! And Jan looking very confused there. This is great stuff. Look at that face.
Well, Rook e6.
Whoa!
And he's obviously thinking, why can't I not just go king takes knight?
Well, you know what? King takes knight is the only move. And then White's idea is g3. And you know what I'm the father of, Ivanka? I am not just the father of dragons. I'm the father of Harry the H-pawn. And Harry the H-pawn will then be threatening to go checkmate. I would love to see a Harry the H-pawn checkmate today.
Okay. Let's show this variation.
Let's show it.
Because this position is just wild. Even I know it's been studied before by the two players.
Yeah.
But let's have a look. So king takes g5, the only move. Anything else, black is going to lose.
And now black is a whole
this
rook
is
up.
The ridiculous move.
Look at this.
G3.
Beautiful move. And hang on a minute. You're losing another piece. And Nepo gives one of his facial things, which I can't quite do. Takes the bishop, and then, Shakmat, my friend. Shakmat. And wow, where's he going to go with the king?
Yes.
He's taken it.
Yeah, he's taken the knight. He's taken it, yes. And G3 played.
Look at this. Unbelievable.
At tempo. Wow.
And there's only one move here.
Modern day chess.
I mean, there isn't.
You've got to stop checkmate.
You must stop checkmate here. That's right. And Harry is met by Harry. I think that does make some sense here.
It certainly is.
There is,
but I mean,
sorry, Ivanka.
Why is Vidit playing this? Because after h4, I mean, that sounded a bit negative, but what I'm trying to get at is, what does he have in mind? So after h4, how is he going to keep the game going?
There is another move, bishop g6, which is also maybe quite interesting here, just trying to block the rook's thing. But we'll have a look at the move now. You have to stop white from playing h4. So you can either give your king this square by blocking the rook, or play h4 yourself. And I think this is just modern chess. I think it's Vidit realizes that he's taking no risk in this variation. He realizes that if Jan plays perfectly, it's probably going to be a draw. But he's just testing Jan in the hope that Jan hasn't analysed this properly. And this is what often occurs now in top-level chess. You test your opponent's memory in these sharp lines, and you just, you probe, because sometimes you might win a very easy game. I mean, you wouldn't want to get into this position, Ivanka, with the black pieces without having looked at it at home, I think, right? You'd be very, very scared. And now, has he played a move yet? I mean, you're right, though, h4, and according to the computer, let's just show the line. How would this continue? This would continue probably. Bishop takes f4. Not quite checkmate.
And now you have to take.
That's right.
Yeah, but you have to take the bishop.
You have to
because if you step
yes.
to the side with the king and put it on h5, then it's not Harry doing the honours, but it is Gary.
It is.
G-pawn. Stepping forward one square, and king got no squares. It's a David and Goliath checkmate.
It is. What's a David and Goliath checkmate?
Basically when you give checkmate with a pawn.
Aha, I like it. And this is one of those ones where it looks like, you know what I would play here as black? I would play that on pass on and just see if my opponent noticed. because obviously the pawn's moved there, it's moved again. But if it was actually checkmate, I'd be like, no, sorry, and take it on pass on just to see what they would do. Test them out a little bit. But the line that Black obviously for that reason has to play, Black has to eliminate this one. White will most likely take the one back, and you get this ending here, which is actually equal material and a very strange ending still, where, I mean, the computer gives this as even, but only one move from White here to keep equality. Oh, my words. So I was thinking, like, this looks quite dangerous for White. I'm going to go bishop h5, and my rook is coming in, and the king is actually really good. But White has one move, Jovanka. Can you find it? One move that keeps equality. Oh, he went for the other line. He went for the other line.
He went for bishop g6.
Just to show everyone, the only move that keeps equality here is knight f7, of course, giving the knight up. And if bishop takes, the rook slides in. Okay, we're going to go back to the game because we mentioned as well as h4, there was another move. And this was the other move with the point that you can now target the knight. But the key line here, Jovanka, goes bishop takes f4 again. We might as well just show it because it's all forcing. And now after rook takes f4, pawn takes f4, you take the knight, and after f5, you go rook g8, and this seems like a really sensible way to play. King f2, king g5, getting out of the pin, very forcing, and now you get to this ending here. Are we going to see this on the board?
Is it possible you could kind of... This one looks very drawish to me, but is it possible to keep the rooks alive and play rook e7?
It is indeed, yeah. And if you go rook e7, then Black can start doing things with his rook, I guess. Or I can also go this way. This is very interesting. So I can go here. Let's say you start hoovering my pawns. We have a race scenario. And this is really unclear, this ending, because of course if I take here, which I could do, I'm going to be a pawn up, but I don't know if I take this straight away. This h pawn's very dangerous. Really, actually complex ending, this one. I wonder if they've analysed this one out. This is getting to move 30-40. It could just be that Jan's analysed this incredibly deeply. Wow. Who's done the better prep?
40 moves of preparation. I'm willing to bet that Vidit has put the hard graft in. But we have seen bishop g6 played, and Simon, that has been some beautiful preparation shown by Vidit. Mm-hmm. Should we move on to some of the other matches?
Yeah, I mean, we start with that one because it was really exciting. It looks like it might calm down now, and we're shortly getting an ending, so we can pick up on that a little bit later on. Just so you know, Jan's tattoo apparently reads, "Rise and rise again, like the phoenix from the ashes, until lambs become lions." Now, I'm sure that is a quote from somewhere. Doesn't sound like Shakespeare to me, that one.
It didn't sound... I must admit, I thought it might be something elvish, like Lord of the Rings style, but... No, that also doesn't sound like Lord of the Rings. So, well,
it might be
maybe someone in chat knows. Yeah, I'm just going to say, it does. And we're actually going to see the line that you highlighted there, Simon, on the board.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to that one anyway. So I think it might be Jan's a very. He used to be really into Dota, was it, the computer game? So, and there's lots of interesting characters there. So. It might be from that. Oh, it is the Holy Book of Destiny, we're being told, which sounds like a computer game. Come on, someone help us out with that. We've got to concentrate on the chess. But where is that from? A computer game? We can't start Googling now. But you guys, come on, you've got time to do a bit of Googling, haven't you, in the chat? What else to do? Google away. Okay.
Help us out.
Should we go to the Anna-Muzychuk, Elizabeth Paehtz game?
Yes, that is the game that we have there on the camera, and Anna-Muzychuk against Elizabeth Paehtz. And it looks like the two did repeat the opening from their first encounter, where it was like a kind of Taimanov type position, but somehow Anna Muzychuk has kept the queens on the board.
Yeah, I think we can go through the opening moves. We've got a bit of time as both players have calmed down. Anna Muzychuk with the white pieces, and this is certainly a game you want to put pressure on your opponent with, as Anna's got such a high score against Lizzie in the quicker time limits as well. It'll be interesting. We have a Sicilian, and we now, as Jovanka said, had, well, okay, bishop b5
Bishop
variation.
b5, that's a change, actually. Anna Muzychuk actually went into an open Sicilian, but I guess she answered with some e6. Answer to the Rossolimo.
We're still not sure where that quote came from, I think. Someone please help us out there. A lot of people are saying different places.
I'm seeing from the chat also Robin Hood. But
yeah, I don't believe it's Robin Hood. It's from Robin Hood, but where did it come from? I don't think Robin Hood came up with that. Someone else said Narnia, which I could believe.
No.
I could believe it's Narnia, definitely. That's something, the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe could have been in there. Come on.
Aslan said, yeah.
Oh, someone's saying it was my latest chess book. No, I didn't know. Okay. I do know what a phoenix is. Thank you for that as well. But I just wondered where the quote is from. Anyway, on with the moves here. So we get to the current position. Now e6 is one of the main replies here, but obviously white's idea is to damage black's pawn structure. And you see some damage has been done. And you get this interesting struggle now where black has the two bishops. So if they do open up later on, it could really be very, very nice for black. But in the meantime, it's quite closed. So the knights might be better pieces. And this move, again, looks quite odd. But it just keeps control of the e5 square, because often white wants to use that square. And this knight can try to control that square now in a lot of variations. So that's what happens. White castles. The black knight now comes around to try and control some dark squares. c3, preparing potentially to build up the center. Bishop e7. So normal developing. White does build up the center, but the downside of this move is that now black is able to get rid of the double pawns. By the way, someone's saying the Holy Book of Destiny. I have no idea what that means. What is the Holy Book of Destiny? It's a really cool name, and they're playing very quickly, so we're going to catch up.
So let's catch up. And in answer to your question, Simon, I have no idea.
No idea.
You might as well call me Grandma Hausker, because I have
Holy Book of Destiny. It's a cool name. It sounds like a video game to me. And okay, catching up with the game, we see the position's getting closed up now. h6, okay. The knight trying to gain some squares over on the queen side. And now black really forcing that knight to make its decision. The knight comes in and black says, I'm going to get rid of that. And I imagine the idea here is to surely put the black knight on this beautiful square on d5. This would be a beautiful square for the knight, right? Because if you can get the knight here, both of the white pawns are gone. They can't attack it. So I don't know. I mean,
positionally,
it's a4. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, a4. Yeah, no, I like your knight d5 idea. I'm just wondering whether you have time to get the knight to d5, because presumably Anna Muzychuk has to start implementing a plan to put pressure on black's position. So a4 played. It's a big threat of pawn takes pawn, and that would completely ruin the white pawn structure. So I'm expecting that Anna Muzychuk just develops her bishop, so the two rooks are connected. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with moving the knight to e7 and d5, I was just wondering about ideas like knight to d4, and then moving the queen over to try to initiate some kind of kingside attack.
Yeah, this knight d4 and queen g3 looks very interesting. I do love this a4 move, because another thing is white might have played a4 herself very soon, and that bishop would then start to be a bit loose. You could, let's say white plays b4. There's maybe little dangers here. If white did put the pawn here, this square seems like a key square for black. Maybe also black could then move the bishop to that square. But your idea, knight, white has this counterplay, and I kind of like your idea of putting a little bit of pressure on black's kingside here, Ivanka, as well. So it's a very dynamic position, isn't it? I mean, really double-edged at this moment in time. I mean,
very double-edged.
Very
Should we
double-edged,
move on to some of the other
Sure.
matches?
Yeah.
So this one is brewing up very nicely. And we do see Fabiano-Muzychuk play b4. And, well, Lizzie goes for your plan of playing knight e7, knight d5. I did not like b4, I have to say.
Well, in actual fact, just to let you know, knight e7, which was played nearly automatically, and it can't be a terrible move because it's a beautiful square for a knight, was a mistake. Actually, bishop c4 would have given black a really strong position with the bishop there pointing at white's king. Actually, black is well in charge there, just so you know. But okay, interesting game. Yeah. Where would you like to go, Ivanka?
Can we take a look at the Harika-Aleksandra Goryachkina game?
We can. Let's just do the current position here, I think, as it seems pretty even on material at this moment in time. Just so to let you know, the opening was a kind of retty opening, and it's black to move here. And a couple of things tactically I'm wondering is, first of all, can black grab a pawn? That's the natural question, but I don't think so because white will just grab one back. And the next one is there ever a move like e5? And Goryachkina has played this move. She's played e5.
E5, I'm preferring activity over just defense. So presumably her idea is that after pawn takes pawn from white, she can just simply trade off queens and go rook d2, or maybe she can grab the pawn on b2, but I think that's just still too risky again. Okay, and Harika has grabbed that pawn. And what are we going to see? We've seen a trade of queens.
So let's have a look. Yeah. And exactly as you said, Ivanka, we're following your moves precisely. The black rook has entered into white's position, but white does, of course, have that extra pawn due to the sacrifice that happened there. That e5 move. So interesting. Interesting position.
It is interesting, but how is she going to get compensation for this pawn deficit? This is always my question to gambiters. White obviously can't hold on to the pawn by going rook b1, so you have to go active measures, b4. And I guess...
Yeah. Let's try b4. You might as well hold on to that extra asset,
yeah.
Right? Which is the pawn. So b4 here. And does black have... So black is a pawn down, and the question is, does black have enough compensation if something like this occurs? And you would have thought probably, right? Because this rook is so active, but it's only... I don't think it's more than enough, right? What did she play there? So we saw another move on the board. I don't know if we know what it is. A B. Does it look like B4?
It must be b4.
It must be b4. Again, this just seems fairly even. Would you take the pawn with the side with the extra pawn here, Ivanka, being pawn grabber? Would you prefer to be white here? We know you're a pawn grabber.
I take comfort from that extra material. Simon, I go to sleep with those extra pawns. No, absolutely. And then we see Goryachkina play pawn takes pawn. I'm expecting Harika to play just simply to recapture. And then the big question is, once Goryachkina attacks the b pawn, how is Harika going to hold on to that material? So I'm thinking that maybe she can try some nifty maneuvers like rook c1 just to attack the bishop.
Yeah, so let's have a look.
Maybe this is not enough, though. Maybe you don't. You can't do anything.
I suppose black has two ideas, right, Ivanka? Black can try to chase the pawn down immediately, but maybe black could also play something, just trying to activate first. So, okay, rook b2 played on the board. I reckon this will probably filter out to a draw eventually. But
it can fizzle out right now. For instance, black can play b5 White can play b5, and after c takes b5, you can go bishop takes b7, and the whole idea is to meet b takes a4 with bishop c6, and that one I think is quite a straightforward draw.
Yeah, might not be. You might be able to throw this one in straight away.
Yep.
Should be a draw. I mean, there's still the extra pawn, right? That White has here, which is, I'd rather have the extra pawn in this position. I think it should be a draw, because Black's very active. So. Okay, and what about the last game that Nurgul
Salimova against Paulina Shuvalova. These two played a chaotic game yesterday. It was a roller coaster of a ride. But Paulina Shuvalova, she needed to win on demand, and she did. And how is the position? Well, it looks pretty quiet. And this is something that Salimova herself has said. She prefers quiet positions where White has a very small advantage, or positions where you can just simply continue to pose problems and questions to your opponent. And h4, this kind of looks like this could have come from, I was going to say Caro-Kann, but it actually came from a Queen's Gambit declined.
We can show the opening moves very quickly. I think it's always nice to see someone's game plan. I mean, when you pick a certain opening, you generally want to, you should be picking openings to get into a middle game position that you like playing. Especially, that's what I think anyway, especially when you have the white pieces. So you should have an idea in mind what kind of middle game you want, and your opening should lead you there. Do you want a kind of quiet position, as we're going to get here? You see, we have many exchanges happening in the center of the board in this Queen's Gambit. White playing, well, what looks like quite a risky move there. I said it was going to be a quiet game, but that's certainly not quiet. But it does calm down again very quickly, as now White manages to get the queens off. And if you like your endings, if you, as you say, if you like playing with a slight advantage, Ivanka, then it must be White who has the minimal better chances here, right? Because you have, I think your knights are more active. You have some squares you can easily get into. Your bishop's easier to develop. But okay, they keep playing their moves, and we want to catch up the action. Yeah. White now gaining what could be considered the advantage of a bishop. Could be quite useful later on, having that bishop. And we see more exchanges happening. So White really keeping this very, very simple. And h4, the last move played here. I like h4, right? Yeah, h4 looks like a nice move, I feel.
I feel it's a nice move as well. It's a typical endgame move where you just move to take space there and prevent Black from also doing the same. So here it's just all about whether the knights actually have a purpose for Black, and for White it's just going to be about those open C and D lines. To my mind, it looks very even, but if someone's pushing, it will be White. And one thing that Black should not be doing is, I don't think Black should be trading off rooks. Because everything being equal, it then falls down to the king activity, and there White is so much better. You know, the white king can just snake its way into the queen side and cause a lot of mischief. So don't trade off rooks. That's my advice.
Yeah. Apparently that tattoo, by the way, did come from the Ridley Scott movie Robin Hood. Can't believe it. It's a great movie. Brilliant. Was it the two? No, actually, the one before that was much better than the 2010 one, the Kevin Costner one.
The Kevin Costner one with Alan Rickman playing the very camp and very amazing Sheriff from Nottingham. Great film.
That was a really good film. That's much better than the 2010 Robin Hood. But maybe we're just showing our age. You know, I used to love that Robin Hood, right? With Kevin Costner. Good actor. Okay, Black playing f5. So Black doesn't want to be passive, and I think this is a good move because you want to get that knight to a more passive square and give your king a route to the center. And I think, as you say, Ivanka, this must be an even position. Yeah, White has a bishop, Black has a knight, but at the moment, this bishop is not fantastic.
Though.
Interesting
And,
decision.
you know,
Yeah.
it's certainly an interesting decision because say white goes knight c3, I'm just kind of curious who stands better in this endgame. So say you just go, I
Yeah.
want everything off. Knight takes knight, which I
Yeah.
think is something I probably wouldn't
Mm.
touch if I were playing with the black pieces. And then,
Yeah.
you know, black has more active king for the king side. White king has a very straightforward plan of just coming up the board. I don't know. All three results possible here.
Now I'm being told it's a Bible quote, which sounds much more likely. But anyway, we're going to get to the truth of this. Yeah, I agree. This is an interesting ending. I mean, I think the rule, Ivanka, in these type of endings is often that, you know, when there's pawns on both sides of the board, as there is here, you kind of like having the bishop because it can quickly get to both sides while the knight can't. But this is different here because, you know, these pawns are kind of split. They're a little bit weak. And these pawns are on dark squares, so you can't target them. And I don't think black would even be in too much trouble on this ending, or any trouble at all. This looks quite safe as well.
Well, it was a moot point because white decided to play knight to g3. So there is no trade of knights.
Yeah, the knight
But
simply
the knight
comes
on
back.
g3 is not on a great circuit.
It's a really bad square for the knight.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, if you could put the knight on e5, then you're definitely starting to claim something. That's why I was thinking, you know, in the last position, it looks like a bad square, but would knight d2 be so ridiculous? Because one thing you find with knights is you just got to always try to get them on the most active routes, just so I can try to get to that square in the center. Because, you know, let's say when they're attacked, not even when they're attacked, when you have time, just think if you can move that knight anywhere on the board, where would you move it? And probably if I could pick one square, it's there. And then you just trace a route from that square to that square. And you can do that via this route. And you make that happen. That's a good little positional maneuvering idea. So that was an option. Knight g3 is probably all right, though. Rook d7, not too much really at the moment going on here, I think. Yovi.
And should we quickly pop in between the game Vidit and Nepomniachtchi, because I think that one is going to be headed to a draw. The players just bashed out the opening theory. It looked wild, but the players had it all under control. And Simon, how did things develop?
Well, I think we had to show it from where we last picked up, which is after bishop g6, and we were just wondering how deep the preparation was. And this is move 31, and we were pretty convinced that both players were still in theory around this point, and they played things out as we expected. This is a forced line. We've already looked at this, so we won't spend too long. And again, a forced position. And they must have even got to this position in their preparation. There's no doubt about it. This just shows you modern chess, right? It's move 36. I mean, how many permutations are there to get to this position? And rook e7 was played. Black didn't go with the king idea, but tried to just keep things simple by targeting some white pawns. And now, well, things are starting to get chopped off the board. White hits the pawn, but a nice move from Jan. He activates his rook in the middle. In rook endings, it's so important to just keep your rook as active as you can. This is like the key point. And this is what Jan has done. And you can see here, the only way that Vidit can play for a win, this is quite brave of Vidit, I feel, is to give up this pawn. But okay, maybe it's not that brave, because then Vidit would have two connected pass pawns. Jan says, no, I can't allow you to have two connected pass pawns. I can allow you to be one pawn up, maybe. And we get this is our current position, where Vidit is now a pawn up. Any winning chances with that extra pawn here?
Yeah, I think it's a big ask to have any winning chances here. And we see Vidit might be a pawn up, but Black's pieces are very active. And also, look at White's king. White's king there on f1 can't join in the fray. I'm expecting the black rook to move to b3. Just get behind the pawn, follow good endgame strategy, and then black will just simply come forward with the king.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little bit nervous here if I was black. I really like Vidit's last move because, of course, it should be a draw with so little material, but you do have the passed pawn, and there's that rule when you have the passed pawn and a rook ending, where should you have your rook? The worst place in front of the pawn, the next best place is behind, but next to the pawn. And ideally, I mean, if white could get the rook behind the pawn, white would be winning here, actually. But with the last move, I feel that this rook e4 move, so we see Jan playing here, is a little bit uncomfortable for black because you're getting your rook to the second place, you're cutting the black king off, so the black king can't move forwards, and you have a winning plan. Let's say the rook gets to e4. The winning plan would be to get your king to c2, right? So if you can achieve those two things, a rook on e4 and a king on c2, I wouldn't be surprised if you get that on the board, you'd be winning in that situation.
Right.
So it's a little bit of danger, right, for black. Yeah.
Definitely, there is some danger, but I think the key is just simply not have that rook on e4 defending both pawns. So, for instance, if white were to play rook to e4, just to defend the pawn from the side, which is the next best. You want your rook from behind, but if you can't get there, from the side is okay. And here, I probably would recommend that black plays h4.
I like that.
Just to stop white going. There you go. There's Nepomniachtchi. He's on the same wavelength. And the whole thing is that if you played some other kind of like rook b2 move, then h4 could occur. But now black has played h4. His next move is going to be rook b2. There's just no way that white can keep safe control over both those pawns. Because let's not forget, black does have some counterplay on the king side.
Yes. Very nice move, Ivanka. It's also like maybe you could have drawn in other ways, but this is actually a line where if white overpresses, white could lose, funnily enough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's say I go for this plan of bringing the king here. This h pawn is also very quick, yeah? So in a really strange scenario, it suddenly could be black who queens first. Again, this position would be a draw, but you're given some opportunity. So really nice move, h4. White now decides, okay, I'm going to not use my king. And I think
players are repeating
the position, yeah.
Yeah, they're repeating. And so now Vidit is going to decide. Yep, he is accepting the draw. And there we see the handshake. And it is a draw in the first tiebreak encounter. Now, it is Nepomniachtchi's turn to have the white pieces in game 2, and we'll see what he can make of that. So 3 draws so far in their match. And that means as the camera pans out to the women playing in the tiebreaks, still 3 matches ongoing. Shall we take a look at the games between Paehtz-Muzychuk and Elizabeth Paehtz? Because that one looked quite unbalanced.
Yeah, this seemed to be the most interesting kind of position, middle game position that was happening so far in the women's section. I mean, that last game is quite impressive by Vidit and Nepo, right? Just modern chess. I mean, you wouldn't get a game like that 20 years ago, right? 30 years ago, definitely not. It's just a new thing, that kind of preparation. Okay, so I think we were kind of liking Elizabeth's position after her knight was heading to this square. So white does go for this kind of plan, and maybe now she could have tried queen to g3, but she keeps an eye on her pawn instead. Bishop just comes out of the way. And look at that, a very active move from Lizzie, throwing the queen over to the king side. It's a good proactive idea. And now maybe hinting at using the g-pawn. So Lizzie keeping the queens on the board. She's playing this I like the way that black's going for this. Using the f-pawn. White playing sensible moves. And here you go. This is showing a lot of ambition. I mean, the computer doesn't like it, but a brave move from black. White now should actually not panic here, but white does play this move. And this is quite bizarre because it looks so natural to me to take on pass on and open up the rook, no? And this on pass on move would have actually left white in quite a bad scenario. Black did not play it here. But you've always got to give your pieces the best chances they have for their future. They're like your kids, right? You've got to try to give your kids a good future, you know, get them into good schools, you know, get them into good clubs. And taking here would have given that rook that opportunity, especially if you combine it with something like g4. And there's an amazing idea here, actually. If f4, the computer gives some rook takes f4 line, and then g3, which
This is crazy.
That is completely crazy.
That's just fabulous. But, you know, it's understandable why Lizzie didn't go for this. I mean, I like the idea of activating the rook. It makes a lot of dynamic sense. But instead, Lizzie decides she's going to retreat the queen and keep the position close. Because after all, let's take a look at this bishop on b2. Now it's moved to c1. It ain't that good. It's blocked in by its own pawns. And let's not forget, black has some beautiful squares for the knight to jump into. And, well, let's have a look at the clock situation. We see Paehtz-Muzychuk also down on time. 2 minutes to Lizzie's 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and now king g7, getting ready to play h5. Queen c2. I think this is wise. You want to try to get the queens off the board. Queen takes, knight takes here. And getting the queens off must be a bit of a sigh of relief, right? For white. But black, Lizzie's still pushing now with h5 in this position, yeah?
Yeah, h5 is a great move. You know, Lizzie opening up the position. And now the question is, can she just build up on the h line before she opens it up? And there we see rook h8, just increasing the pressure. Anna's position, quite frankly, looks very unpleasant. The knight on c2 is not a great piece, and Lizzie has all the potential with her pieces.
I agree. I mean, all you have to do is compare the pieces and also maybe compare the pawns, because white's pawns are not really doing anything, are they? There's no breaks that white has. All of white's pawns are fixed. You can't really ever go b5. That's the only break you could possibly see here. You can't do any breaks over on the king side, but white has to worry about pawn takes pawn always. Yeah, black's pawn on d7 is useless. You could take that off the board, but it doesn't matter. This move, pawn takes pawn, is a biggie. But look at the pieces. The black knight, really well placed. And this bishop also on a fantastic diagonal. So Lizzie just building up, getting ready to play pawn takes pawn at the right moment. A big advantage for black. And look at the time as well. She has a big time advantage here as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, her plan is very simple. She's going to line up the two rooks on the h line. She's going to improve the bishop, perhaps place it on c4 and maybe even b3. And at the right time, just open up the position. I mean, her position is so good, she could even take the liberty of walking the king to the queen side. Can you imagine that? The king going from g7 all the way to b5. There's a path there.
Like it. I love that idea. Get the king around there into the position. That'd be a lovely way to lovely idea, right? So to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks very tricky, this, right? Very tricky position for white to hold, because there's just a lot of natural moves that Lizzie can play to get into the position, right? To improve the position. So I would not like to be white in this position. It could be, it's a massive win. If you win with black and you got white in the second game, your chances of going through are ginormous. How does she break, though? Because it's not that easy. I mean, one thing I'm looking at, bishop e2 had to be stopped, because that could have been a horrible right moment with some tactics of bishop takes f3. So the white knight is trying to cover that bishop and coming in. But maybe you put your bishop on that d5 square again. Maybe this is how you do it. I know the knight is really good there, but if I can get my bishop on d5, I create this extra pressure. So something like bishop c4, then I got to decide where my knight goes. I don't know exactly where. I could even try to get, again, I'm doing that technique, Ivanka, where I'm looking at the best square, maybe even h4, and I'm just tracing a route from that square to that square. So something like that. So put the bishop there.
I like it.
And put the knight over
I
there.
like this idea of moving the bishop to d5.
Yeah.
I almost feel that the knight is a little bit superfluous. You don't perhaps need to get it onto the best square.
Yeah.
You can even go like knight c7, knight b5 or something.
Yes.
And just have it start looking at the a pawn. And still, I'm really drawn to this idea of just piling up the pressure, and then once white is tied down, just walk the king round. But I'm not even sure whether white can even survive the pressure if black puts the bishop on d5, because pawn takes pawn is going to be a serious threat.
I agree. I actually, I think the simple winning idea is to put the bishop on d5 and swap the knights off, and then take on g4. So if we can just, it's nice to have winning ideas, and because white can't really do anything here. If you take here, you just create a horrible weakness. And let's just show this. Let's say you do go, okay, we have a move. Okay, the knight comes into this square. Maybe it's okay, but it's the same idea of potentially getting the knight to b5. I would be playing bishop c4, bishop d5, definitely. This still looks like a really good plan. Let me just show this idea. Let's say I go there, and
I mean, is it possible to go bishop takes pawn? I'm just looking at the tactical opportunities.
Yeah. Aha.
And look at the rook c1.
Oh, right. Yeah, rook c1.
No, it doesn't work, unfortunately.
Because I have time to now take here.
You've got time to go knight to d5 as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's even better when the tactical opportunities don't favor white at all. Bishop c4 played. Great idea of rerouting the bishop to d5.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, let's just show it. Let's say you go bishop d2, and you are able to get, I'm just going to put it on the board, this position. It looks to me like black is winning because there's no good answer to pawn takes pawn. And if you take here,
she's going for
bishop
it.
Takes f3 check. This is just
she's doing
winning.
it, Simon.
So she's seen this idea. So bishop d2, knight b5 played. But it looks like a winning idea to me. It looks like just a simple way. Put the bishop on d5, and then play pawn takes pawn. I think white's going to have to take on h5, but that's going to change one bad thing for another, because then black's rooks become really good as well, right?
Yeah. And you still have the idea of going bishop d5. You still have the idea of going g4 as well. I mean, the only thing that white can pin her chances on is on an opposite color bishop endgame. But there's a long way for that one to happen. And we see Muzychuk. She is now closing in on the 30-second mark. That's not a lot of time, and her position is quite bad.
It is. It's really bad. I don't think it's I think it's actually too late to defend this. This bishop is so terrible. You need to get it out of its trap position. There's no way of doing it. It's really locked in behind all your pawns. So it's kind of like pointless having this piece. But if you compare it to Lizzie's bishop, the bishop on d5 is a beast. It targets this pawn. It targets this whole cluster of pawns. And Lizzie has positioned her pieces in the perfect squares. So Lizzie playing really good chess in this game. She looks to be very much motivated and could be getting an important victory with the black pieces, meaning that white would have to win. Muzychuk would have to win the next game here.
Yeah. And let's not forget that in round 4, Lizzie Paehtz was the one that eliminated reigning women's world champion Ju Wen-jun in the tiebreaks.
Yeah.
So Lizzie in the form of her life, playing fantastic chess. And there we see Muzychuk move the king to f2. Her plan is simply, if Elizabeth were to play pawn takes pawn, she would answer that with rook takes pawn.
So she's just played this move. Now I'm wondering if we have some moves coming on, so we just keep an eye on the live moves there. Yeah, I mean, you have to take with a rook now, and now rook takes h3, and the problem is that this pawn is dropping at the end, right?
Mm-hmm. I was wondering whether there was like some rook takes g5 check, and then we're going to see it. King is just going to move to the side, and there it goes. And yeah, you're right. There's just no way to defend the f3 point. And the problem for white is just not the f3 pawn, it's also the a3 pawn as well. Yeah, it is hopeless for Anna Muzychuk.
You don't have time to play bishop takes f4 because, of course, rook f3 would fork those ones. And Yovi's pointed out that it's not just one pawn that's going to drop, it's the second pawn as well. And this a pawn will win the game. And this bishop is so sad. Look at this sad bishop. And rook f3, maybe even rook h2 was winning, but this is a simple way. Any chances for white? I don't see them. Just compare those bishops. Rook g4. But it's obviously black to move because black took that one check. So how do you convert? You still need to convert this, of course, because rook g4.
Right. So one move that kind of I was thinking about is just move the rook to c3, attack the bishop, and trade the f4 pawn for the a3 pawn if possible.
Like it.
And if white doesn't oblige, then f3 is in the air.
I really like your rook c3 though. Your rook c3 just seems to be, you want to keep things as simple as you can. Did she play it?
She's gone for rook h3, which is exactly the same plan.
Yeah.
Probably even better, actually, I would say.
Really, really strong game from Lizzie. And look, 16 seconds left for Anna Muzychuk. And the idea is you want to just take the pawn on a3 if you can, because then you will queen. So complete defensive mode being put on by white here. The rook has gone back to g1 to try and defend everything. And a number of tempting moves. So you can, why not use your f pawn at some point? The thing is, it's definitely worth white playing this position on, because when there's opposite colored bishops, if the rooks ever come off, this is actually just a dead draw, right? I think, Jovanka. If somehow white can exchange rooks, it will be an easy draw. Actually, not even a hard draw. So white is dreaming of getting the rooks off the board. Very important in this position, keeping those rooks on. And if I was black, I'd be looking at just trying to play an idea like this. Where's she gone? She's going another way. She's trying to put the rook on e4, keeping that powerful play up. The e5 pawn may well drop as well then. So great game so far from black, this one.
Yeah, great game from Elizabeth Paehtz. She's just played superb chess. And bishop e2. Now it's just simply a question, can she find the way to finish Anna Muzychuk off? Put the rook on h2, bring the king in. It's just whether Elizabeth can hold her nerves, and she does put her rook on h2. And I'm looking at the other games. Also looks like Paehtz-Muzychuk with the black pieces is going to win her game. Whereas the game between
it's over.
Aleksandra Goryachkina,
we have a result.
It's over.
We have a result, and Elizabeth won that game with the black pieces, and that is only the second time in the quicker time limits that she's beaten Anna Muzychuk. Anna Muzychuk has a 9-1 score over Lizzie. So what a result that is for Lizzie, that victory. And didn't she play well in that game? Of course, she won with the black pieces there, as we were looking at.
Yeah, and a fantastic game from Elizabeth. She will have the white pieces in the next game, and it's all about whether she can hold her nerves. She's already eliminated two of the favorites, Bibisara Asalbayeva. She's eliminated Ju Wenjun. Now, She will see whether she can eliminate Anna Muzychuk. But meanwhile, we have another game here, another match between Nagul Salimova and Paulina Shuvalova. And here, it does seem to be Black is in full control. After all, she does have a passed pawn on g4.
Right, so yeah, the last time we looked was much earlier, and we won't go through all the moves, but we had this kind of position where Black had played the proactive move f5, and it looked very even. And if we fast forward now, rook b3 on the board, they're both under a minute on the clock. They're moving quickly here. And this g-pawn, as you said, Jovanka, looks like a killer, right? It's now supported by the knight and ready to come through. Just g3. Surely the way to play this. She played it. She has.
She has played it. And the problem for White is that Black King is just such a good defensive piece. She moves it to f6. White, unfortunately, will not be able to make progress with the pawn on e6, as the bishop on f7 is poorly located, and less than 20 seconds for Salimova, and she tucks her bishop away on g8. Still, you can still go g2. Oh, hang on a second, there's rook f7. Check. Maybe this is her plan.
Yeah, I guess I moved the king, and it still looks winning. Yeah. G2.
Yeah. But do you know what, Simon? G2 is the only winning try.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks kind of, look at the time as well. They're both now getting under 30 seconds, so mistakes can be made. But G2, as you say, rook f7, great move because the king cannot protect g7. So when the king moves, White takes on g7, gets behind the pawn, and the position becomes real mess. So I'm just going to show that very quick. Oh, mate, we won't show it, I don't think. Has she played it? We'll keep up with the game. Okay, this check, not the right move. And it was actually a very tough scenario, that, wasn't it? Not easy to find the right move.
Completely tough.
Actually now, g2 is really tactical. This is going a bit wrong for Black. Look at the time as well. She's played g2, and g2 looks like the obvious move, but actually rook f7 check looks to be a killer. Because if you take there, we've got rook takes g7 check, and we win that pawn. Has she played it? She's played rook f7 check. Where does the king go? And if king e5, White is going to queen with check. It's a race of the pawns, and it looks to me
she's
like
taken the pawn.
She's taken the pawn. And now rook g7 is a check. Undiscovered bishop. And White will just, at some point, get rid of that pawn and be 2 pawns up in the ending. What a turnaround.
Yeah.
Looked like Paulina was winning, but no.
Yeah. And it just goes to show, you know, when you have seconds left on the clock and the position is still very much chaotic, requires a lot of calculation, mistakes will be made. And there we see Salimova nurturing a 2-pawn advantage. And talking about mistakes being made, if we dash over to the Harika-Goryachkina game, and Harika has made a huge blunder, and there we actually catching up, and we can see that Harika has resigned. Goryachkina winning with the black pieces.
Well, let's have a look what went wrong very quickly in that game. We had this ending, Harika with the white pieces and bishop d1 being played, and this is given as a complete draw at the moment. But after rook takes c1, you have to play a move like king d2. Just attack the rook, defend your bishop, and this pawn is not so scary because you've got your rook in the ideal place. You've got your rook behind the pawn, stopping it. But white now played this horrible move. Bishop takes b3 with just over a minute left. And this, maybe she was thinking about rook to b1, where she could take on e6, give up the exchange. And actually, white might have some winning chance there. And I think an easy move to miss, this check. And black goes a piece up and goes on to win the game. So a major blunder there, Jovanka, as you say. A big, big blunder.
Just a blackout moment.
There's another result there.
I agree with you there. So, and there's been another result when it comes to the game between no-go Salimova and Paulina-Shuvalova. Salimova did win. We did see her with a 2-point advantage. So it's been a decisive start, quite a brutal start in the matchups for the women. We have seen Harika blunder a piece to Goryachkina, Paehtz-Muzychuk surprisingly losing to our on-form Elizabeth Paehtz, who played absolutely splendidly. And then we also saw Salimova in a wild game defeat Shuvalova, whereas it seems to be calmness in the open section, with Vidit and Nepomniachtchi playing well prepared, well fought draw.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, thinking about that, then that means that Nepo has the advantage of the white pieces in the next game. He's going to have to try and get something out of that one. But Vidit, incredibly well prepared. We saw they basically played pretty much perfect game there. I really can see that one going down to a Blitz Armageddon type scenario. Just them getting, because they're very evenly matched there, and the women's section, the ladies section, is just violence everywhere, isn't it? It's just the stuff going on every move. It's a lot of drama and great entertainment.
Yeah, and talking about drama, there is more in store for us in Game 2. And this is the perfect opportunity for us to take a short break. But don't go anywhere, because in a few moments, we will catch up with all the action of Game 2 of the first tiebreaks.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps, and experience chess like never before.
Hello and welcome back, and we are getting ready here in Baku to see the second game of the tiebreaks, round 5. And of course, tension is high, every decision is crucial. And what is up for grabs? In the open section we do have, and the women's section, we do have candidate spots available. It's not just about money, it's about getting those spots into the candidates tournament that will be happening in 2024. We see Harika and Aleksandra Goryachkina getting ready, and here you can see how it all works out. And these are the 3 players that have already qualified to the candidates in the Women's World Championship cycle. Lei Ting-jae, because she just lost to Ju Wenju, she was the World Championship challenger, Katerina Lagno and Aleksandra Goryachkina. And of course, it is at the candidates tournaments where it will be decided who will challenge Ju Wenjun. She is reigning 4-time Women's World Champion. Who will challenge her for the crown? Oh, Simon, what do you anticipate will happen next?
A lot more action, I think. I mean, great round, that first round. There was loads of different fascinating things going on. First of all, we had that sort of pre-played out draw, but a very interesting draw between Jan and Vidit. So maybe we'll have the same again. I don't know. And in the women's section, it was just absolutely chaos. I mean, most of the games going to the ending with one player blundering, but probably the person who played the best in that round was Lizzie Paehtz. I think she played fantastically with the black pieces. So there's a lot of must-win situations going on, which is going to be also more drama for us. So, which is good.
It is. And just to remind ourselves who are in the must-win situations, we have, well, between these two, Nepomniachtchi, Vidit, as Simon said, a very well-played theoretical draw, shall we say. But Nepomniachtchi, with the white pieces, will be looking to secure his spot in the quarterfinals. And we have 15 seconds from the start of play. And in the women's section, well, Goryachkina, she is in a very pleasant situation because she won with the black pieces against Harika-Goryachkina. And handshake, it is showtime, Simon. What can we expect? And Nepomniachtchi opening with a d4 pawn.
Yeah, I'm reckon it might be some kind of Catalan or transposing to it. So we're seeing the Queen's Indian defense so far. Now d5, most common move, and okay, knight c3. So
no Catalan today, Simon.
Yeah,
what do you predict?
Sorry.
So I was just going to ask, what do you predict? You know, this is the second game of the tiebreaks. If you lose, that is it. You're going home. Do you choose something solid like Bishop E7, or do you go for C5, which is very trendy these days? Or do you play the much more dynamic Bishop E4, the Rogozin? No, C5.
This is just following a lot of the latest opening trends here. This is the sort of Tarish or semi-Tarish variation, and again, they're showing their deep opening knowledge here with the moves they're playing, because this is known to be a line which, well, it's one of the most trendiest lines, but it's known to be a line where white is trying to claim the smallest of advantages, but generally black's holding his own in this type of position. And you can see they're just trying to recall their opening knowledge, opening theory again. E3 played. Now, I think if we just go back a couple of moves and we can just talk through it a little bit more. This move C5, this is like the semi-Tarish, and it's just gained in popularity at the top level quite greatly. Bishop E7, Bishop B4, the other kind of main moves. And after C5, taken on D5 is the main move. And now black has a choice. Do you recapture or do you take on D4? Capture on D4. You get this pawn structure, Bishop G5. And as far as I recall, some kind of E4 move is the main line. So you get the pawn coming 2 squares forwards and leading to an ending where black is supposed to be even. But E3 does make some sense. because Jan is just trying to play against the isolated pawn in the long run. So if Jan can get his king to the king side, he can start piling up on the weak black pawn in the middle. On the other hand, black can gain some tempo against the queen. So the knight will gain a tempo against the queen, and black is hoping to get good activity in exchange. But of course, this is all a lot of theory, all been seen many times before, and we have black castling at the moment in this position.
Yeah. And whilst you were talking, I was checking up on the theory, and yeah, you're right. This has been played many, many times. Castles, and I'm just looking at the suggestions. Queen d2 seems to be a nice prophylactic move, just to anticipate the queen getting hit. Other moves, I don't know, just... Well, yeah, queen d2 I think is the main one. Another one is bishop e2. Just develop your pieces. Whatever you do, you probably shouldn't put your bishop on d3. Your queen needs to kind of not get kicked around a bit.
Yeah, bishop e2 or queen d2 looks really normal here. You just want to get that king castled, and the d2 square, as you mentioned, Jovanka, is just a good square for the queen. It defends everything, and it keeps pressure against the center. And in general, it kind of just depends on whether black can get enough activity with the pieces here. So Jan now back playing queen d2, so good preparation from self there, Jovanka. And I expect black will try to move these pieces into the game as well. And again, the preparation game. Will white be able to prove some advantage in this position? Or has Vidit worked it out like in the last game? Yeah.
I've always been very impressed by Vidit's opening preparation. I remember watching him and commentating on one of his games in 2019 where he was facing off against Peter Lecco, and he just whipped up like 25 moves of theory in the Catalan, some exchange sacrifice, very much similar to the game that we saw in against Nepomniachtchi just now. But there, Lecco didn't know how to handle it, and he found himself in a bad position and quickly lost. Vidit, so good in the opening. I'm kind of expecting Vidit just to develop naturally. Put the knight on c6 and develop the light squared bishop either to e6 or to g4, where it puts pressure on the f3 knight, and then just go about using it. Okay, bishop e6 first, over protecting d5. Very natural.
And we see now the good point about putting the queen on d2 is that you do have this extra option of putting the bishop on a more active diagonal, which Jan has played straight away. So move orders are important. If we go back there, if white had played the bishop to d3 straight away, obviously after knight c6, the queen doesn't have as good a square. You'd want to move this queen back to d2, keep it nice and centralized, but the bishop gets in the way. So the move order there proving to be important, that by moving the queen back, the bishop just finds a more proactive square. h6 quickly played, and now the bishop dropping back to a good diagonal on f4. And again, Jan not messing around. He's showing that he knows this position, and I like this way of playing, actually, Jovanka. A lot of people, even though they know the theory and they know what move to play, they spend so long playing it. And I think if you know the move, if you're confident, just play it as quickly as you can, especially in the rapid portion. You want to save your time up for when you actually need it, right? Don't mess around. Just play your moves, yeah. Don't try to bluff your opponent. Just there's no need to. But Jan, of course, is a very quick player anyway.
Exactly, I was just going to say that. Jan is famous for doing that, playing quickly and playing really good. He's got good instincts. And I'm expecting an interesting strategic battle ahead. For Vidit, it's all about whether he can activate his pieces in a dynamic way. For Nepomniachtchi is a lot more strategical. He's just going to go rook after d1, rook to c1, take control of the open lines and control the square in front of the isolated queen's pawn. And if possible, start trading off those minor pieces.
I expect what Vidit is thinking about here Ivanka, is the move knight h5, because you often want to at least try to unbalance the position, try to get some little gain, obviously, and it's considered gaining the bishop pair is normally a good thing. So knight h5 looks to me like a sensible move, because that bishop will have to expose itself to one of the black knights. It's either going to be taken by the knight that's moved or by the other knight. So this is, I guess, what Vidit's considering here. The downside of that is the knight is a very nice defender of your weakened pawn. So I suppose moving that knight away does expose the pawn a little bit more. There could be a bit of pressure coming quite quickly against that pawn. But saying all that, I still feel knight h5 is the right way to play, because otherwise, if you go passive here, you could just be worse, and you could be defending that one forever.
You can't go passive here, Simon, because White's plan is just so simple. It's all about just applying those strategic rules. You just centralize your pieces, then you start initiating some exchanges like knight b5 to put it to knight d4, and then make those trades. And then once you get into an endgame, well, the weakness of the isolated queen's pawn is going to start showing. So knight h5, I like that move, but and what have we seen? We've seen a move from Vidit. He's put his bishop on b4.
Okay, an interesting choice. He's also trying to mix up the position a little bit.
And threatening knight e4, right?
Yes, knight e4, I'm assuming, is the main idea. And if the bishop gets kicked around, it might find itself on a more active diagonal. It didn't look very good on e7, so I kind of feel that move is logical. But is Jan's now? You can just tell by Jan's facial expressions really everything, can't you? He reminds me so much of Kasparov, that a lot of players hide their emotions, but Jan, he's like an open book. The way he's thinking is just on his face. Very honest facial expressions there. And I mean, the first thing I'm thinking is actually knight here a threat. I don't know if it is, because maybe you just take with the bishop. It might not even be a threat.
Maybe we should just put it up on the board. So say, for instance, you were to go a3.
Yeah, I'll put h3.
So a3. Okay,
a3.
Make a move like h3.
Yeah.
And let's see whether knight to e4 is the threat. So that's the first move that I would be thinking about, knight e4.
So I'm wondering if I could just take it.
I would go, hallelujah, I don't have the isolated queen's pawn, because I'm very much an aesthetic person.
Yeah,
I've heard aesthetic these days is a buzzword. Pawn takes bishop.
You might not have a pawn at all, though, right? And I'd take here.
Oh, yeah.
You don't. You're right, now. You got rid of the isolated pawn. It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Okay, so rook takes queen.
That's one way to get rid of it. But you do have.
Just gave it away.
You do have very good compensation, yeah.
Well, the fact that the evaluation bar is in the middle suggests that I do. But on the other hand, there's still some work to be done. Bishop to f5, I guess, or bishop d5. Start harassing the knight.
Should be okay for black. I think black's got enough activity right here, even in this variation. So maybe knight e4 is something worth stopping, right? It's a move like, okay, I don't really want to allow that. I also wonder about these positions where you play like a3, and okay, what's he going for? And kind of force.
He's gone for a3.
He's gone for a3. And I always wonder, Ivanka, what are these positions like where, let's say, black takes and goes knight e4, and I assume you want to get rid of this one. There are other options, but what are these positions like? And I always feel like white's a little bit better, but in this kind of position, because his bishop has a bit more activity, especially when it gets here. Let's say I swap the knights off, for example, and we get this kind of opposite color bishop position. My bishop can just sit there forever because it can never be attacked, but your bishop doesn't have great squares. I mean, the computer thinks it's dead even, but I don't know. I think I'd rather be white here, maybe.
I would rather be white in this position. But one thing that I'm always reluctant to do is after bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop. If I could, Knight to e4. We just move the queen away. I was just looking at the chat where it's like, yeah, I don't like that pawn. Let me lose it. Okay, and Vidit has gone for knight e4 immediately.
Also makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense, but it's the same problem, right?
It's the same position we're just looking at. Is probably going to come out on the board, where Vidit shouldn't really have any problems at all, I feel, but it's white who has the slightly better chances. So I think you have to get rid of this knight. It's too strong, so we could be going for a little forced option. And now here, you kind of have to now get rid of the knight, right, at some point. Maybe you don't, but this is the most likely move to occur. You get this position, as we saw again.
Yeah.
With maybe rook fd1 causing black more problems than before. And it's just a little bit easier for white to play because white has a square in the center where one of the minor pieces, either knight or bishop, can sit on, and it can be supported by the pawn. But black doesn't have that counterpart square in the center where his piece could go. For example, you could say that's a symmetrical image, but it's not very secure there because it doesn't have a pawn supporting it if the bishop goes there. I mean, okay, if you could get a piece to d3, great, but there's no easy way to get a piece there. So it's a little bit easier for white to play this type of position. But small things.
It is small things. Very much the momentum is with white and the position that you've got on the analysis board. But we will see how this game develops. Shall we have a look at some of the other matches?
Yeah, 100%. Let's do it.
And which game should we take a look at? Shall we take a look at Fabiano against Elizabeth Paehtz? Should we start off with that one?
Yeah, let's go there.
And we saw that Elizabeth, she's with the white pieces. She won her first game. Can Fabiano make a comeback? So this to me looks like it's one of those Jabava Londons.
It's a normal London system.
It's not, actually. Normal London. And Lizzie, of course, is a big expert on the London system.
Yeah, it's not a bad opening if you want to have a risk-free game. I mean, let's remember Lizzie only needs to draw with the white pieces. So what opening do you play? Well, the London system is super solid. You don't commit anything too quickly. And I think this is a wise choice early on from Fabiano, just getting your pieces as active as possible, expecting Lizzie's London system. And we do now get this symmetrical position where Lizzie decides to play, again, quite a solid choice here, bishop d3. The main move actually here is the move c4. But this can get quite messy. You don't generally play c4 in the London system, but the reason why this is messy, and Magnus Carlsen has played c4 here on a number of occasions, is that black can play the rather surprising bishop takes b1. You kind of want to play a check here, but white just blocks it. So you get rid of that knight first. And it's a really strange position because you can go rook takes. Black can check. And now you have to play king e2. Because if you go knight d2, knight e4 is just winning for black. And it might look like king e2 is disgusting, but in actual fact, it's not too bad. And this is the trendy sort of variation where this king will hopefully get itself settled later on and white's going to rely on the bishop pair. But when you only need a draw, I wouldn't want to put my king on e2, Jovanka, would you? I don't like moves like that in the opening. I try to avoid them. Even if the computer says they're good, I'm like, feel a little bit nauseous when I see moves like that.
Right. And I remember on my second commentary job, I commented on a game, and I think it was Anish Giri against Wesley So in some rapid event, and they're into this, and I remember seeing it for the first time and I was like, whoa, what is happening here? But of course the play developed with queen a4 check, and white was actually more than okay in that game. So Elizabeth didn't play the most critical move there, but how did it play? Can we quickly look at how it developed and how we got to this position?
Yeah, so they're just playing very simple moves. Anna Muzychuk is not playing anything too adventurous, but she's waiting, hoping she gets an opportunity. So she now plonks her knight into the middle. Lizzie just aiming for exchanges. And now Anna gains the bishop pair. Well, okay, should I say the bishop? This rook, though, is a little bit annoying for black. Black doesn't really ever want to castle kingside now because of that file. And we have this interesting exchange of ideas, two sets of double pawns. Actually, they can be quite good on occasions, especially when they're in the center, guarding everything. White now using those double pawns, and black deciding, okay, I'm going to castle queenside. Lizzie improving that knight. That knight was actually quite bad there, so bringing the knight to a better, more aggressive square. And we have this very unbalanced position, which will certainly suit Anna. I'm not sure why the evaluation bar likes black here so much. I mean, my first thought would be, okay, white has no issues here either. Maybe it's an e5 move, but it's really hard to ever play that because of d5. And it looks to me like black's king is going to be an easier target slightly with some c file potential, or maybe the a pawn running up. So I don't know. Why does the computer really like black here, the assessment?
Actually, I really like black's position because I always get the heebie-jeebies when it comes to these double pawns in the middle of the board, because I still remember that game that Magnus played against Anand in the World Championship match, and there it was doubled e-pawns. But what Magnus did, and I thought was super instructive, is like, first of all, he solidified the center. He never played moves like c5 and e5. He just maintained the tension as long as possible because it's very difficult for white to do anything. And you kind of highlighted knight b5 could be an idea. So the first move that I would be thinking was go c6, put the king on b8, just make sure that everything is sorted on that side of the board. And then I was thinking of moves like maybe f5.
Okay, interesting idea. F5.
Yeah, f5, and again ask the question to white: what are you going to do with the king?
Mm-hmm. That is the question, isn't it? I mean, where does white put the king? I mean, I think Lizzie in this match situation only needing a draw should either castle or put queenside or put the king on e2. I wouldn't want to be castling kingside. Let's say we do have this c6, and okay, where do you put the king? This is a big decision, and the reason I don't want to castle this way is that at some point this h5 move, just I really don't like the look of it. Maybe you can go g5 here, so maybe you play g5 first, but when h5 comes, you're opening up. You're just walking into a checkmate attack.
Yeah.
So
Totally.
I think if I was Lizzie, I'd be trying to just get my king queenside. We have a couple more moves though. So knight f6 was played, and this is another maybe issue that black has found. Right, black's found the weakened pawn on g4 as a target. So Lizzie's gone queen a4, starting a little counterattack, and it's getting quite exciting now. The king defends that pawn, and the knight comes into e5, but the computer, as we can see, is not a fan of knight to e5.
First up, I would be looking at destabilizing that knight on e5. The Caro player in me is like, okay, just get c5 and open up the position.
Yeah, maybe there's maybe c5 is possible, but I suppose you do have to watch out for the other knight coming this way. A very safe move from Anna. We should point out this does defend the G pawn, because if you take the knight, my queen is doing that job. So Anna plays a6 to stop knight b5, and maybe going for your idea, Jovanka, maybe getting ready to play this c5 move and activating in an aggressive way. So computer really liking the chance of a fight back from black here.
Yeah. Ooh, wow, very tense scenario for Lizzie there. She just needs a draw to make her way into the semi-finals. And shall we take a look at the game between Goryachkina and Harika-Goryachkina? And wow, what's happening here?
Well, we have a situation
with the black pieces. Well, it's doesn't. It looks messy. That's my first impression. And
Very
show us
quickly
how
go
they got
through
there.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason that Harika has played c5 and move 2 is that she needs to win with black, right, Ivanka? I mean, she lost the first game, so she has to find a way to unbalance it. And what better way to unbalance it than playing sort of early c5 system? These are known to be really messy. And it sort of does go into kind of King's Indian defense now. Or should we say even Benoni type of position. And they play this, and we'll catch up now with the current position. And kind of an actually pretty standard middle game position you can get in these openings, I feel, where Harika is trying everything to get through to the white king, but white has better control on the queen side and always this pawn on d6 to attack. So now using the h-pawn to try and open up the king more. And the evaluation bar really likes white's position, but it does have a tendency to underestimate the attacking chances in the positions. And maybe one plan, for example, like let's show how you could go wrong here. h3 looks like a normal move you could play, but now I was thinking there could be some very exciting ideas, for example, with the knight coming to h5, giving up a piece, just showing the potential of the position. This check looks scary. Let's just show it. Very fun position comes up. If you move your king, for example, where it's just an absolute mess when I take the rook and take on g4. And if you need to win, you can't get a better position than this for it. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. It's the same as a draw. You've got chances here in such a structure. So this is why I think she's played this risky opening, and it is risky because positionally as black, you're relying on checkmating. If you don't checkmate, you've got a worse structure. d6 is horribly weak, and your queen side is always on the verge of dropping, I feel.
Yeah, I agree with that. Strategically, I think black is busted. I would take white just because I like my long-term prospects. That's been my downfall in many a game. But yeah, I agree with you. White needs to keep control and always look at those aggressive possibilities that black has. So, for instance, h3, a big mistake. I mean, how easy, though, is it to keep control of this position? I was thinking of moves like knight e3.
I like knight e3. I mean, when you're trying to keep control, you want to swap off your opponent's most active pieces, right? And the most active piece is the knight on g4. So why don't we try to exchange it off? I mean, if we do it immediately, it gives white some okay chances, I guess, but black has more options. So let's just go and control the position more with a move like knight e3. Good move, I think, Ivanka. Nice move. Get rid of the pieces near your king. But yeah, clearly an exciting structure. Another move you could do, I mean, this rook's actually in a perfect situation. It kind of stops this h3. It fights against e3, and you can often turn the attack onto black, right? Maybe even rook h3 is another idea.
Rook h3. Just also you can start pouncing on the h4 pawn. So that was my second choice, rook h3. And then maybe you can go knight e3, and also if you let me, queen e1 and queen takes h4.
Yeah,
I cannot help it, Simon. I see a pawn. I want it.
Why not? Why not grab the pawn, right? I mean, that's what chess is about. You want to grab as many things as you can. And if I was black here, I'd really think I'd want to get my queen in somehow, like to g6. And it feels like black's some tempo down. I mean, John Nunn, English Grandmaster, used to play this type of position a lot, but he would normally already have like some initiative with a rook here. And you can never get your queen over because d6 is so weak here. It seems like white's got a zooped up version of this position compared to similar types of structures. So I think white's doing okay, but lots of chances of black still.
Yeah. And shall we check out the final game in the women's quarterfinals between, that will be Shuvalova against Salimova, and Polina Shuvalova once again finds herself in a must-win situation. She managed to do it in the classical portion. Can she do it again?
Well, we can see here that both sides have done a bit more preparation, and we had this opening before. White needed to win, and Shuvalova played this Zach system with bishop c4, which is a very dangerous gambit system. And now, rather than playing c6, which was the way Black lost that, I think it was Black losing that previous match, knight takes e4 played. And this is the key line where if you take there, Black plays d5, and it's very happy. So this queen h5 is now becoming a little bit more trendy. It's a sacrificial line, the Vienna gambit, basically, where you pressurize Black all over the shop. Black comes back, defends, attacks. And you can take on e5 here, but that's rather dull. And in a must-win situation where the queen's coming off, not the way to play. Bishop b3 is the real sacrifice way to play, because this knight gets in the way of Black's pieces. Interesting opening, this. And now queen takes e5, because queen e7 is not possible anymore. So the queens remain on the board. White develops the knight, but Black is able to get a check in and stop White castling. If White was able to castle, White would be doing great, because this knight, again, badly placed. And we have a very fun position, Jovanka, coming up with, I don't know, a complete mess on the board here after c3. And maybe d4 getting ready to play. It looks like White might still be in a preparation, according to the time.
Yeah, and d4 very much on the board, Simon. And the big question is what to do with the rook. Looks like you have to go all the way back. And that does happen. And I'm just wondering whether we're going to see Paulina just go bishop d2, back that up with h4, rook h3, swing the rook over. Or is she going to go bishop d2 and then g3 and then king g2 and connect the rooks? I'm a big fan of connecting the rooks.
Yeah, connecting the rooks is good. Why not connect those rooks? I mean, could you even consider going g4 here? Because it looks like f7 is a little bit weak. And I'm looking at my queen, I'm looking at my bishop, and I'm thinking, well, you know, can I go g4? Can I have some fun? Or is that just, or is there no threats? Okay, they're not my pieces, so I can give them up and play bad moves here.
Yeah,
I expect
so the first move I'm thinking, can you go knight e7? Can I be very provocative there, Simon?
Wow, that is really provocative.
I know. And there you go. The evaluation bar says absolutely not. Knight takes c7. Yeah.
And there's a nice little tactic
here. Okay, with g4 on the board, Simon.
G4 on the board. Wow, I didn't expect that to occur. She needs to win, and she's gone for it with g4. The reason I didn't necessarily like g4 was that I couldn't see a good move for White after this one. Very calm move. It looks like there should be something here, but now I can't take on c7, because after queen takes, you just defend it. So if knight h4, what is White's idea here? What do you play as White? And this knight's also quite nice here, because it stops the king coming out, and you can come back to harass. So,
I guess you have to go back to basics and develop your pieces. Bishop d2 or move the knight to e3.
Just play a normal move. Where's she going with the knight?
And she's gone with knight h4.
Yeah. There's just nothing here, is there? There's nothing against f7. I mean, knight b6 just doesn't work. This is the kind of move that you want to look at. But you know why it doesn't work? Wow. Oh, my words. It's not because a pawn takes knight, which actually, if you go here, is very interesting. I just got to show this. Can anyone see a winning move for Black now? In this position, anyone in the chat? Black has a fantastic counter blow here. Because I'm just going to show, if you take here the most natural line after check, bishop g5. And the position is just an absolute mess. But what you can do is quite phenomenal. After knight b6, what is the move? Well done to anyone in the chat who found it. Rook E1 check, Jovanka. I love tactics like that.
Beautiful. I didn't see that,
Very
Simon.
nice.
I was waiting for the answer.
It's a very easy move to miss,
gorgeous.
right? I mean,
right.
You have to take it, and look at that knight. Oh, straight in.
It is straight in. And it would be also straight in to the semi-finals had that happened. So Paulina did not play knight b6. Instead, she played knight to e3, which does actually stop rook e1, which was a threat in the position, actually.
Wow. I didn't even see this as a threat, right? I mean, it's very easy to play, like you could play h3, right? And actually then, bang, it happens again. What a these players are so sharp, right? I mean, it's so easy to miss that move. I mean, I could have fallen into that 100 times. So knight e3, great way to block it. Threat against here, so black defense.
Mm-hmm.
Black only needs a draw. Let's just remind everyone of that. The draw is enough to go through to the next round for black. Yep. Messy position.
It is a messy, I mean, nonetheless, it still is a messy position. You know, white's plan is just to go bishop d2, rook e1, and still black has to find a way how to develop in a sensible manner. As if you saw, is bishop d2 a mistake? Oh my God, it's been played and it's been given a question mark. It's the most natural move on the board.
It's not obvious why, though, unless you have the computer running.
Oh, then everything is clear with that.
Yes, live
crystal ball telling you the answers. Yeah,
I know, especially in this quicker time limit, right? I mean, everything is clear. I mean, bishop d2 looks so natural with rook e1 coming, and then I think if white can get this move in, there's some major threats. Then actually, is there a threat? You go rook e1, you move the knight, and again queen takes e1 happens. I just got to show this, right? Because you do everything you want. So I go rook e1, la la la, rook here, and I'm like, bang, yeah, knight f5, woohoo! You have to go queen f8. I'm attacking your queen. It's the same tactic. Queen takes e1. And suddenly it's like, oh my words, I've completely lost. I have to take the queen. And then it's the same idea. Rook takes e1, and black is a piece up. So that doesn't even work, this idea of rook e1, but the winning tactic is quite amazing here, actually, Jovanka.
Okay. Is it to do with h5?
You're close. You're getting warm.
Okay. I'm getting warm.
You're on the right area of the board.
Okay, hang on a second. The queen. Is this something to g5? The queen has got no good squares.
The queen's only got one square, right?
It's only got g3. And then you come in like a thunderbolt with your own queen to
you do.
e4. That is
well spotted.
Such a hard spot. Yeah, but
she's playing it.
She's reaching for it.
Oh, she played it. G5. That is a really hard move to play because you open up your own king. She found it. And let's just show this. The queen has no squares except for g3. These sacrifices are just not going to work. And the point is now e4 is exposed and the queen dives in, threatening the rook, threatening queen d3. And out of nowhere, white is in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah.
Wow. What a spot, g5, Jovanka.
It is a brilliant move. Absolutely brilliant play by Salimova.
I wouldn't. These moves I'm just not seeing. They are finding such brilliant moves in this game.
Yeah, it just goes to show they're very attuned to the position, and we can see on the camera, Paulina did not spot this idea at all. She has to put the queen on g3. There's nothing for it. I mean, she's considering whether bishop takes f7 is a possibility, but we have to show why this is pretty toothless. So you just simply go queen takes bishop. And if queen takes pawn, well, the knight will drop back to g6.
Yeah,
there's
otherwise
just
white,
no way.
Yeah, otherwise White's doing right, but as you say, the knight trots back, Jovanka, and Black's just a piece up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Polina in big trouble there, on the verge of elimination.
Brilliant move, G5. Really, really, really impressive move. And what is okay? I think she has to drop back. Let's just stay with this game a couple more moves, and we can see that Polina, I don't think she looks happy, and great play from Black. And the whole point is this queen e4 move. It's not just G5 on its own. It's getting the queen into here. I mean, it still doesn't look entirely clear unless you run the computer. Because, yeah, I attack your rook, but I do have like a move like bishop d5, you know? It's not...
Yeah. I guess the idea is queen d3 check.
Queen d3, and then I have to guard my bishop.
Yeah.
And this still looks like a mess. She has played the queen back to g3. This is just analysis position, but even here, Jovanka, I'm like, what does Black play next? I know the computer says Black's all over this, but why?
But isn't knight g6 and rerouting the knight to f4?
Very nice idea. Certainly one way of doing it, yeah.
Oh, I see that the evaluation bar says no.
I mean, it's a nice idea, though. I mean, I like it because you're threatening just put the knight and the queen in. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea, but there is apparently something even direct here. Wow, there's some lovely tactics here. I think, Jovanka, what you can do is your knight's pretty good because it has these ideas of coming in. Your queen is good. I always look at the pieces which are active. The rook there is good. It's pinning. The knight is okay. But what about these guys? Can we do anything with these? I'm thinking if you go bishop e6, suddenly you're trying to get rid of the bishop's defense of these two squares, so your knight has more potential. And if white plays a move like this, well, the light squares are just dropping, and I was trying to get bishop c4 to work here, which looks...
I was also trying to get that one to work, but bishop f3
bishop f3
comes back to save the day.
Whoa. Hanging on the edge here, right? Hanging on the edge. I mean, I could have just taken your bishop, and I probably should have, but this is so close to winning. Queen e4 has been played, by the way, on the board now. Okay, let's go back and wait and see. But that line was really complex. I mean, I think we can say that obviously Black is in control at the moment with this Queen e4 move, but there's still work to be done, especially after the bishop comes to d5. I think the game is, you know, White is fighting hard there.
And let's not forget the time situation. The position, as you pointed out, Simon, still chaotic, still a lot of room for error. And Salimova has just 7 minutes on the clock, whereas Shuvalova, she has just over 10 minutes. And you know what they say, you know, when you're desperate, that makes you a very dangerous opponent. Shall we turn our eyes onto the other matches? Shall we see how Nepomniachtchi and Vidit are getting on?
Yeah, I'd love to go back to that one. I mean, this was a very close match, and it seemed like the position around about here was very even. But if anyone had chances, it was going to be White, because we talked about this quite a lot in detail about White having this square here. But has Vidit managed to keep control? Well, Vidit now goes to the exchange of queens, and I was assuming here that White could just exchange the queen off and plonk a knight there, and this looked like a little advantage, but maybe nothing to be scared of, because Black can get rid of this knight with like knight b3, and I suppose it's just heading towards a draw there. So after this, b4 played, the queen comes further into the position, knight comes to e5, and more exchanges happening all the time. Nepo trying to keep the queens on, but he's not able to. And that bishop finds that square we mentioned, but Black has activated the rook. I don't see why Black is worse here at all. Doesn't look like there's any reason why Black should be worse. And they're now maneuvering around somewhat. Exchanges very likely to occur. Is it Black who's trying to win this position, maybe? Black seems making some progress. Maybe Vidit is pushing for the win.
I wasn't sure. I thought maybe Nepo was playing for the win.
Yeah.
Perhaps with the ideas of going b5 and trying to pin down the b6 pawn. And we have a move. Rook d3 played. Okay, now one thing that you must not do with the white pieces is play rook takes rook. If you do that, you've basically gifted like a pass pawn of mega proportions. So that will be out of the question.
Yeah. So you have to just continue something like b5. There's not so much to report in this game. I'll be honest. To my eyes, you've got opposite coloured bishops. You've got symmetrical pawn structure. This game is going to go to the next thing. These players are too good for someone to get a decisive result here. It's looking like a draw all day long here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that means we should move on to another game, and we have two matchups that I would love to go back to. And first of all is Lizzie Paehtz against Paehtz-Muzychuk, and then of course we have Harika against Goryachkina. And just can I make the decision based on the evaluation bar?
Sure.
And can we dive into the Goryachkina against Harika? Because we left that in a very complex middle game. And I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking, whoa. And
I'm trying to work out what is happening. White's a piece up, but Black is... No, hang on a minute. Black is... I'm trying to count the material here. And I can't even count it. Sorry?
Black is the exchange up, right? Hang on, exchange for two pieces.
So not the exchange up, but it's equal on material, equal on points, I think, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously. Not. So it's equal on points, but a lot has happened, right? A lot has happened. And actually, I think we should just have a little look at some of the moves, because after h4, this move actually tempted White into playing h3. White played h3 in the end. It went the way we were saying. Can you believe that, Ivanka? I can't believe we predicted this. We thought h3 was a mistake because it gives the g3 square away. And Harika now gives up that piece temporarily to come into g3. She now takes on f1, and we looked at this position, and it might be okay for White, but Black has loads of chances here, right, with this big attack. So this has definitely helped Harika, who needs to win with the black pieces. And the game got even more complex. Black missing some chances, but we want to look at the current position, which is wild as well. So we go through the moves just to get there. And it looks to me like the white king is so exposed. Harika trying to come in to finish the king off. And now Black has ideas of coming the other way. This is looking like a great chance for Black to level the match score. Rook e7 and White just trying to run away. So it must be Black who's better here with equal material, the safer king, and some
more
chances
time on
to
the
attack.
clock as well.
More time on the clock, yeah.
The only question is, what is the path for Black to put the point in the bag? Because to say White just waits.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just goes, let's go rook b8 check and rook b3.
Sure.
Draw is more than good enough.
Yeah.
Is Black's plan to go g3 and then activate the light square bishop? Is it to go bishop h6? Or maybe move the queen out of the way and just find a path for the bishop to have a purpose on g7?
Yeah, it's a good question. Actually, there's nothing that obvious for Black to break through because White has managed to get a blockade. And okay, Black's just saying for the time being, I'm going to wait and I'm going to see what you're going to do. Computer evaluates this as a mistake. I think that's a little bit harsh. It's because White also doesn't have many moves, Ivanka, right? And sometimes in these positions, if you can't see the immediate win, you kind of like want to give your opponent the chance to hang herself, play some mistakes. And Goryachkina has come back with a knight, but I don't think you're threatening to take that one because I'm always going to...
You just capture with the e-pawn, right? And then it's 2 passed pawns that are heading in white's direction, and also bishop attacks the queen, as you pointed out.
I think that's a phenomenal idea. I don't know if it works, right? I really want to get my queen in, yeah? If I can get the black queen into the position, I'm laughing. But I can't go this way, and I'm looking. If I get it to c3, happy days, right? Can I play? Can I
so
play?
You're thinking about rook b7.
Yeah. Can I play rook b7? Let's have a look.
Okay.
Rook b7.
Rook
Offering
takes
the rook.
I'm taking it.
Yeah, why not?
Probably in a real life, I would think twice about doing it, but it's analysis, so let's go for it.
Yep. And now queen c3 check, so we have access in, and this king can't. We can rule out, process of elimination. Obviously, you're thinking about this combination in a real game strategy. You see rook b7, you see the concept, and you visualize this position ahead, and you eliminate some of your opponent's moves to make it easier. Now, king d1 can be eliminated immediately because rook takes f1 is check, and it will win the queen. So the only move you need to look at here is king e2, where the win is not as straightforward. But maybe it's just queen takes c4. Maybe it is just straightforward. Queen takes c4 check.
Queen takes c4 check, and then you just pick up the bishop. Oh, after king d2, simple.
Yeah, it's actually quite easy.
Wow.
Because the king ever comes back, we take on f1. Let's just show that. And it's very easy. And if you move your king here, well, now we can... Oh, no, we can't use the bishop. It's pinned. I forgot.
But you can go rook takes bishop, right?
You just want to do this. Okay. Yeah. That
yes.
makes sense.
I want to...
You see what I wanted to play? I wanted to play bishop c3. Double check.
Right.
But some moves are just not possible. So, but as you say, rook takes f1. Has she found this? Is she thinking? Do we think this looks really strong? Let's go back. She didn't play it. She didn't play rook b7. She's gone king g6 instead. Okay, just getting the king to a safer square.
But still, rook b7 is in the air. In fact, it will come with even more power if Goryachkina doesn't spot it.
I mean, white's trying to put her pieces into a box, right? Get the king there and get the rook there, and you've created a lovely pattern. This must be our idea, so let's show it. You go king here, black just waits, and white goes there, and white's gone, yeah! I love that pattern. I love weird patterns. Sorry, I'll go back. Let's get a bit silly. Queen e1 on the board.
Queen e1. Okay, the question is, now she's put her king on f7.
Yes. Is this a strategy to go around as many times as possible?
Maybe it's just to build up some time on the clock. Although, having said that, she has just under 9 minutes, so plenty of time.
Ivanka, I'd love it if she went king g8 now. Because then the king, basically what she's doing, she's just waiting for white to make her position worse. But you've always got to watch out for tactics in these structures. And now that the queen is not defending this bishop, hang a minute, what you have? Okay, if I take here, you have to take the knight. Come check, and then king c2 might be all right, yeah.
Yeah, it might be okay.
So what I'm thinking of here, I mean, you've always got to look at the little sacrifices that break down defense. And now that the bishop has blocked the queen, you kind of like just got to keep visualization open for these. And if I take on the bishop, you'd like to take your queen because it keeps everything, all the squares defended. You can't do that. So if you took with a king, queen d4 is checkmate.
And Simon, I just wanted to just give you some updates. It looks like Salimova is on the verge of checkmating Paehtz-Muzychuk.
Should we go there? Let's go there. Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's according to the engine, it is a mate in 10.
Wow, what a game this was. And very quickly, we can go through it. And White needed to win this game, but wow, Black played so powerfully. Rook G1 was played rather than Bishop D5. The Queen came in, and look at this move, bang! The Knight jumps in, incredible play from Black here. That Bishop was going to be lost anyway, so it gives itself up. And now another great move, making way for the Bishop to come in. The Bishop threatens a big checkmate on E2. And I don't know if there's any way White can defend. The King tries to run away, but another issue. This is our current position. With that poor King stuck there.
Right,
On
and
D1.
it says it's a mate in 10 after Queen to B1 check. And Salimova, it's just over a minute, but Queen to B1 is a very natural move.
Also, like Knight F3 looks very good, right? I mean, you know, if you're lazy and you can't work out the checkmate, just move your Knight in and threaten checkmate. Looks really good, yeah?
Yep, Knight F3, threatening checkmate. That is also minus, was it 10? So when things are minus 10, you know that there's only one person who's going to win. And she plays Queen B1.
Oh, she's such an amazing player. I mean, I would probably be lazy there and play the human move, Knight F3. Because this one, I'm a bit lazy. I'd have to calculate, okay, Bishop C1, and how do I, and it's like, oh, I don't know if I can calculate, so I'm just going to get my Knight in. Bishop C1 played, and I guess the checkmate is here, Bishop E.
Let's just put it up on the board so we can all see it. Is Rook takes Rook. So Bishop C1 is forced. Rook takes Rook. And I'm guessing it's a Bishop E2 check.
I think I would play Bishop
F3,
E2.
right?
I would play Bishop E2, yeah.
Bishop E2, that is the move, right?
Bishop
E2.
Bishop D3 might be quicker, just threatening mate.
But
Bishop E2, I think I would play because Knight F3, you win the Queen, you win the game. And well, let's stick with it because what has she played? She's played Rook takes C7, and
Knight takes Rook. Otherwise,
I mean, Black's only got 22 seconds here, but she's got checkmate up her sleeve, and Lena is just trying to find any way to keep this game going. She's taken on C7. So what is Black going to play? Is the Bishop coming to? He's coming into E2.
Coming to E2.
She's played the human move. Totally understandable because Knight F3
King D2
is going to force win the Queen. And here it is on the board. You have to give up your Queen. Completely game over. There was a checkmate, of course, but sometimes you just you play the simplest solution. This is good enough. And barring any blunder here, Black is winning. Last chance from White. Trying to keep that Knight alive. But there's many ways you can win as Black here. I mean, you can try to just trap the Knight before it escapes. It's not escaping anywhere anyway, I don't think, really. So the
other moves that I'm kind of attracted to.
Yeah,
I was thinking about Bishop E4 as well. And okay, instead she's gone Bishop C6.
You've only got 5 seconds left, though. Is that right? I mean, you know,
it's 16 seconds there if you look at the screen.
Okay.
But still, not a lot of time. And knights are crafty pieces, and knights.
I'm guessing Nepo versus Vidit was just a draw, and the reason we're not looking at game is because it was really boring compared to this game. Much more exciting, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to get more of them anyway. I'm assuming it was a draw. I don't know 100%. But
it was a draw.
Yeah,
You're quite right, Simon. It was a draw.
Opposite coloured bishops, not anything going on there. I mean,
we're going to move on to the second tiebreaks there, where the players will have 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. And could be a day of comebacks, a round of comebacks, as we see as well. That I'm looking at the evaluation bar that Muzychuk is turning things around with the black pieces against Elizabeth Paehtz. But
well, maybe
in
we should
this
go
particular game,
there.
in this particular game, it is all about Salimova, and she is well on her way to the semi-finals, barring a big blunder. So let's head there to.
Yeah. I also think Harika's game was really exciting, but we maybe have a quick pop into Elizabeth Paeht's position, and let's just go to the current position there. And wow, Black needs to win this one to take it to a tie break. And I think Black, and again, I think Harika's game is where it's really getting excited. But in this position, just a little count sees that Black is 2 pawns up and a great chance to level the score and take it to tie break. The time situation, they've both got about 2 minutes left, so nothing really to worry about there. And well, it looks like this, barring any mistakes, will be a win for Anna Muzychuk and a tie break. Let's go back to Harika's, because that was very, very exciting. The position we had, and we've had loads of action there. And look at this. We had this little king march around. We're wondering how Harika could break through. And the king still marching around. And she's played bishop d7, aiming at the a-pawn. The queen has come to b1, trying to get something going. But that doesn't stop. Bishop takes a4. The rook attacks the bishop. The bishop comes back. Not sure why that's a double exclamation mark move. And then it comes back to f5. Another double exclamation mark move. I think the computer's been very generous to give these moves two double. They're very normal moves. The bishop's just come from there. The computer's like, yeah. So definitely a Harika fan, the computer. Really favouring Harika there, don't we think? And look at this. What happens next? Bishop d1. The bishop comes back again. I'm surprised that's not another double exclamation mark move. Knight e2 on the board, Yovi.
Knight e2 on the board. And,
some more moves.
Well, there seems to be a positional threat of playing rook takes pawn and queen h6. I like that. Is there a threat? Is the queen going to do some damage on h1? I suspect yes. So it's time to move the king to d2 and gather the pieces in a cluster.
Yeah, trying to get the king safe, right? Put it here. But look at the time. She's okay, under a minute. And let's remember, I think everyone, no, I was going to say everyone who needs to win is going to win, but that's not true, because we just looked at that last game, didn't we, where Shuvalova is actually looks like she's leaving the competition now. Mm-hmm. King d2 play, by the way, Davey.
Yeah, king d2, very natural. And it's just funny, you were kind of mentioning putting the pieces all together, and you can get it with white. If after queen h1, you go knight e1.
Yeah. Okay. And then let me try. Let's say rook b7. You go queen to c2, and then let's say because that allows
rook goes rook b2.
Okay, so I've got to go queen c1. Let's say I go. Yeah, it's really hard not to. I want to get the rook to c2, right? And then I've done it again.
Well, you go bishop h6, and then you wait. Rook c3.
And then I go here, and then we try to come in, and then look. Okay, I can take the rook, but the white pieces are really huddling around there. But this position does look quite diabolical for white, just for the fact that black has these ways to infiltrate. The queen can come in. This queen h6 looks like a brilliant way to swap sides. The bishop, look at that bishop. It's controlling the long diagonal, controlling some key squares. And we've seen what can happen if we combine that with a rook coming down. And white's pieces are just not finding oxygen. They're not finding good squares. And here comes another problem for white. The computer loves Harika. Every other move is double exclamation mark. That's...
It's a great move, though. It has a very simple plan. Push the pawn to g2 and then sacrifice the rook for the bishop and promote the pawn. Okay, so bishop c2 played. Is there a threat of bishop takes pawn? If so, then you go bishop f5. If not, g2.
Well, I don't know, yeah. Let's see.
Well, this is the thing, is bishop takes e4 a problem? And she's pushed g2.
G2 looks like the most...
Oh, no,
she's
rook
gone
f2. No, she's rook
Wow.
f2.
Harika is playing so well in this game. And look at that, the computer. Another double exclamation mark. The computer is such a Harika fan. She's got 4 double exclamation marks in the last 7 moves. What a legend. What a legend. But they're well deserved. It shows how well she's playing. She's playing brilliantly.
And Simon, I can tell you why the computer loves Harika's moves. It's because black is sacrificing the rook on f3 every move. And the computer therefore awards a brilliancy because of this.
We have a result here. So that game, which we're looking at, it did go the way we think. And Shuvalova is out. But brilliant play there in those games. You can see the happiness. I love the emotion. Look at that, Ivanka. You can see
the relief.
That. Yeah.
What an emotional, tense match. I mean, I'm thinking of the first tiebreak encounter where it looked like Salimova was on the edge, but she turned that position around and she scored a much needed point. And in this second game, she played brilliantly. She simply crushed her opponent. And now she is into the semi-finals. Congratulations to Nagiel Salimova.
Yeah, it's a great result there. And she played so well. She's so cool under pressure, as she proved in that encounter. So brilliant result. And well done to her. Very, very much deserved.
And someone else who's going to get a brilliant result, Simon, if you take a look at the position in front of us, it is Harika. She is on the verge of making that comeback victory. I mean, look at her pieces. They are just swarming around the king. And of course, she has that magnificent asset, the pawn on g3.
She's played brilliantly. And there you go. That to me, Ivanka, was one of my favourite games so far that I've commentated on in all the sections, because Harika needed to win. And she played a risky opening, but then she played marvellous chess. Absolutely brilliant chess. Attacking. Really, to win with black in that situation, phenomenal work there. And I loved her style of play. It was really impressive.
It was an incredible game from Harika. And as you mentioned, winning on demand with the black pieces against someone as talented, as strong as Aleksandra Goryachkina, means that we are going to see a second set of tie breaks to determine this match. And now we move on to Lizzie against Anna Muzychuk, and we're just in time to see Elizabeth Paehtz extend her hand in resignation, which means that Anna Muzychuk has also secured that much needed comeback victory, and she also takes the match to the second set of tie breaks.
Yeah. So, I mean, wow, so much fighting chess going on. And the only, we've got through that first stage of the, shall we say, more rapid portion of the tie break, and only one match has been decided. We're going to have 4 matches going on, including the big Vidit Nepo match. And we say big because those guys, their ratings are ginormous. So we're going to have that one, and the time limit gets shorter and shorter each sort of round of tie breaks, and it's going to get more and more exciting, Ivanka.
It certainly will. That is guaranteed. And we are going to grab this opportunity to take a short break, and stay with us because we are going to follow all the action of those 3 tiebreak matches and see what happens, who will go through. Well, you'll have to tune in to find out.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
And we are back in Baku for the second set of tiebreaks, the first tiebreaks. They were exhilarating, they were full of victories, they were decisive, and they were emotional as well, as we saw three players secure their much needed comeback victories. And as a result of that, we have 3 matches still in play. So let's take a look at some of those brackets, because the players, they are playing for some big things. It's not just about the money, it's also about those candidate spots. And here we can see that 2 players have made it through to the semi-finals. Salimova, after that wonderful victory against Shuvalova, she has made it through to this stage. And we also saw yesterday Tan Zhongyi also making it there. Now, Salimova will be meeting the winner of the match between Elizabeth Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk, whereas Tan Zhongyi awaits the victor of Goryachkina and Dronovalli and Simon. We saw Dronovalli and Muzychuk make those much-needed comeback victories. What do we think? Do you think that they have now good chances in the second set of tiebreaks?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I think it could go either. Anything can happen in the next sort of tie-break scenario when they have, I think, 10 minutes each. So it's getting shorter and shorter, but they're so closely contested, these players, and they're fighting so hard. When they need to win, they're bouncing back, as we saw. And I just think it's going to be very close, and I just don't know who's the favourite in either of those ones. Do you have a favourite, Yovi, or you sort of...
No, but I have noticed one trend, is that the player with the black pieces tends to win. But we'll see if that pattern continues in the second set of tiebreaks. And when it comes to the open section, there is just one match there. And it's a big one, of course. It is between Nepomniachtchi and Vidit Gujarati. And the victor will be playing Nijat Abbasov, who in fact is the lowest rated player in the quarterfinals. I mean, because take a look who has made it through to the quarters. Magnus Carlsen faces off against Gukash. That one is going to be intense. And Simon, which other match would you fancy to follow?
I mean, normally I just pick out one match and I'm like, yeah, I'm really excited about that one. But again, all these matches are so exciting. And of course, they'll be playing this tomorrow, so make sure you tune in then. You've got the big one you mentioned. You've got the All-Indian clash and the All-American clash, as well as, whatever happens in this tie-break now. So it's just good chess everywhere. I mean, I think the big one is, of course, Magnus versus Gukesh. And Magnus is favourite, but Gukesh is playing such wonderful chess. I again, could see an upset there even.
Yeah. The way that Gukash is playing, he just seems to be getting better and better. And we've just seen him, first, I think he entered the top 10, and now he's now up to number 7. And he's just 17 years old. Gukash is, I'm going to say it, he's good. And there we see on the camera Vidit getting ready to face off against Nepomniachtchi. And he's playing with the black pieces. Yes. Do you think that Nepo will continue with opening with the queen's pawn, or do you think he'll shake it up and play the king's pawn forward?
Well, I don't think he got much, Nepo, from that last game when he played the queen's pawn. I mean, his preparation didn't lead to any edge. And really, the 2 games that we've seen so far today, there's been nothing between Nepo and Vidit. They've been so closely contested. Their theory has been exceptional. And what would you do in Nepo's situation with white? Well, he's got a lot of experience with e4, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does go for e4. I mean, he played it, regularly against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championships, regularly against Ding. So it's an important match, important game. Why not switch it up? Just see if you can find a weakness in Vidit's play. On the other hand, I don't think he's going to find a weakness in Vidit's play, because Vidit is just so well prepared. And what about this match as well? I mean, this match, 2 of the, I'm going to say veterans. They're not really veterans, but they have been around quite a long time, obviously playing at the highest level. Elizabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk. This is just impossible to call. Really is. And yeah, you can see the nerves there. I mean, I bet they just want to start, don't they? I mean, you don't want to hang around and wait. You just want to get in there and battle away. You know, all this waiting probably gets you more and more nervous. You know, I hate the start before a chess match. I'm always getting really stressed out. I just want to play. Let me in. Let me play.
Well, especially when you consider that for Elizabeth Paehtz, she did lose a heartbreaking game there with the white pieces. She will definitely want to get back on the board and playing those moves out. And we see Harika-Goryachkina in her trademark focused state. Whereas Goryachkina, she doesn't give too much away. She was, of course, 1 point ahead, playing with the white pieces. Everything looked comfortable for her, but she spoiled it by being careless at the wrong moment.
Yeah, just it is fascinating to see how people prepare just before these matches, because everyone has their different ways. I mean, I'm probably more like Harika. If I can get myself into the zone, look at that countdown clock, 50 seconds until the action starts. Nepo, always pretty chilled out, I have to say. I don't know if he is inside, but he has at least that experience, doesn't he? He's played for the World Championships on a couple of occasions. I mean, this is nothing to him. This is just like a walk in the park. Vidit, big opportunity for him, because Vidit, obviously, to get into the candidates could be life-changing. Jan probably already has a place in the candidates, does have a place, but Vidit, this could be a life-changing match. The top 3 players in the men's section, in the open section, go through to the candidates. And that is the ultimate prize.
That is the ultimate prize. And also when you consider that Magnus Carlsen might not necessarily accept his spot in the candidates, and if Vidit wins, this is the first time that we could see an Indian, barring Anand, in the candidates. And, well, Nepomniachtchi, he's chosen e4, he's chosen d4, and now he picks up the c-pawn and plays in English. What next now for Nepomniachtchi?
Well, let's see. So he's going for a more, knight f3, could turn into a reti, could turn into a Catalan after this move. He's also known to play what I call the modern reti with e3. Okay, he's going more traditional with g3. And let's remind everyone the time control, because it's getting quicker now the more they're in touch with each other. And it's 10 minutes, and I believe I think it's 10 seconds they get each move, but it might have to be.
They do get 10 seconds, 10 minutes and 10 seconds per move. And I like the Vidit's approach. He chooses the most combative move, which is to push forward with that d-pawn 1 square. And now play becomes very dynamic. And it's all about whether Black will be able to establish this massive pawns to center and whether White can chip away. And you'll see him go d3. And for Nepomniachtchi, it's all about having that well-timed e3 and also expanding on the queen side if allowed.
Yeah. And one of the reasons I don't play this setup as White myself is I just don't like giving space away. It's obviously a personal thing. And in this opening, Black has the space advantage, especially when he supports the pawn on d4 with his other pawn. And this is something that, as White, if you don't play actively, you can actually get in a worse position quite quickly, because Black would love to just secure his point right in the center of the board. And if he can secure that, get castled, he can have a nice space advantage to gain an edge. So I feel with the white pieces, generally, you've got to play very actively in these positions with your pieces. Like there's b4 ideas, e3 ideas. You've got to bring your pieces out with a lot of speed. So, okay, the bishop does come and support that pawn, as expected. And Jan is bringing his knight to the most natural square. That knight can come here to increase some pressure, or on other occasions into the middle. Jan's done his homework here in this reti position, standard reti position, which is obviously knows very well. Again, it's personal choice. I think, Jovanka, isn't it? These positions.
It is personal choice, but with the knight d2, you kind of highlighted a threat there. White is threatening to play knight to b3. So this is why I'm just looking at the database. most people are playing a5 to give the bishop on c5 a hiding space, and also at the same time to think about preventing white's expansion there on the queen side.
A very normal move, because another thing that white would love to do is get the b4 move in. I mean, you've always got to keep an eye on your opponent's ideas, and it'd be crazy for black to allow white to play a3 and b4. If you can imagine white getting those two moves in, white would be a lot better. So a5, as Jovanka mentions, stops that plan. And again, we mentioned this time and time again, openings shouldn't really be, if you're watching this, a fashion thing. You shouldn't just copy the top players, because the openings they play will probably not suit you. I mean, do you really want to learn 40 moves, memorize 40 moves of theory? I mean, if you do, you do, but you're a little bit crazy if you do, to be honest. Unless you're like grandmaster level, there's no need. Try to play positions you enjoy.
And if that is your talent, then I suggest go for it. Go for those complicated, if you're going to thrive in them. But if you've got the job and if you've got a poor memory, then stick to systems, start understanding the pawn structure, and start finding positions there where you instinctively find the right moves. And there we see Vidit not playing a5, but instead playing castles. So knight b3 played very quickly by Nepomniachtchi. And now this was the whole point. He's going to go e3, challenge the center.
Yeah. It seems a bit strange for Vidit to first put the bishop on c5, allow the knight to reach a square it's very happy at, and then lose another tempo. Because, when you've got the black pieces, you don't want to lose too many tempos. He's now had to swap on e3. And Jan is one move, d4, away from having a great position. I mean, if Jan can get the pawn to d4, he's going to have a space advantage, more pawns in the center, some fantastic bishops, and a better game. So should Vidit be playing e5 here to try and at least exchange off his e pawn for the d pawn? I mean, that would be...
Makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot
of sense. Another idea that does kind of appeal in this type of positions is to go knight to g4.
Yeah.
Just to ask a question to the bishop. And knight g4 is the most popular move in the position.
This is still theory, is it? Right, okay.
Whether it's... when 7 games have been played, is it theory? Or is it just like, okay, a position?
Is it? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't... I mean, I was saying I wouldn't play white's opening choice earlier. Okay, has gone knight g4, and Jan is well prepared for that move. He wants to keep his bishop, so he says, I'm not swapping that one off. I'm just coming here. And the knight on c5 is a lovely square for the knight, combined with the bishop on that diagonal as well. You start hitting these squares, so I'm kind of, now I'm changing mind. I like the way this is going for Jan. Bishops are exchanged. Jan gets his knight into this good square. Do you think Vidit's still in his theory here? So far, they've showed such great theory. It would not surprise me. But
I don't think Vidit is in his theory. I mean, okay. I'm just basing this on clock times. Nepomniachtchi, over 11 minutes. He's got more time than when he started. Whereas Vidit, well, he's just under 6.5 minutes. So no theory for him. But for sure, he would be familiar with these type of positions.
Yeah.
And I like Nepo's position. I like what Jan is doing. He's got h3. He's got ideas of going d4. And
look at that. Look at his face.
On the board.
Look at his face.
Weird move.
You can normally, Jovanka, with Nepo, when his opponent plays a move that he thinks is a mistake, that's his face that he makes. He's like, I don't think that's a good move, young Vidit. But it feels natural. I'd want to get rid of that knight.
Yeah, but at the same time, there are some kind of tactical points, right? The knight on g4 loose, the knight on c6 also loose, and so immediately I'm like looking at what can you do if you go knight to d2, knight to e1, knight to h4. I'm looking at all these kind of knight moves.
Yeah, it's true. He's a bit of a chess gangster, isn't he, Nepo? As in, he's got his hoodie on. I don't know what the FIDE dress code is, but he doesn't care. He's got his hoodie on. He's got to be comfortable. And I agree with that. I think you should be comfortable when you play. He's really cool under pressure. You know, he keeps that cool so well. And he has played one of the moves you suggested, a logical move. The knight comes back, and this releases 2 diagonals now. And Vidit has to be careful, because let's say he did take the knight on c5. White would just go bishop takes c6 and threaten the rook and the knight. So he had to play a move like this, and he's getting quite tactical already. 5 minutes left for Vidit.
Yeah, and I was a bit surprised, but even though I suggested knight d2, I was a bit surprised that it was on the board, because I couldn't quite see what was going to happen after this move, knight e5. But Nepo, before he even gives us a chance to even consider the position, just immediately retreats the knight to b3. And how, I guess the answer is that queen takes d3 is going to be met with moves like f4.
Maybe. F4 and d4, trying to dislodge this knight here so you can win the knight on c6 is
right. But I was looking at the pawn grabbing move of queen takes pawn. So
well, there's a surprise.
Wondering whether you, yeah. I mean, come on, Simon, you know me. And so I'm just thinking,
can you play f4? Probably.
Can you play f4? Works. Right. It just absolutely works. So yeah, you can't grab that pawn.
That knight moves, you win the other knight, and if it doesn't move, you take it. Simple as that.
Yep. Yeah, okay.
So you can't always pawn grab your Ivanka. Sometimes you need to just keep back a little bit and hold back your Ivanka. Don't always grab those pawns.
Well. I just was thinking about it, and then I saw that it was not good. And d4 played.
I reckon Jan's still in his preparation, to be honest. Bishop b7, I think, had to be played because there was so much pressure along this diagonal that Black had to try and fight against that pressure, and this is the move to do that. I don't think. I think this is fairly even, this position, to be honest. I mean, I thought White's pawns in the center were given an advantage, but his knight's very clumsy here. I don't think it's a great square. Both of White's knights are on clumsy squares. The good thing for White is his bishop. Fantastic piece. Okay, is there an h4 coming? This is just the kind of move that I would play, obviously, because I'm basically in love with my h-pawn.
I was also thinking that, but then I thought, hang on a second, the knight is probably going to want to be driven to e7 to where it can park itself on f5. So maybe use that time that you have to make it a good developing move. And we do see rook e1 played. And as chat says, Jan has so much time. Knight takes pawn, of course, is not possible because of the pin. And there we see Vidit also answer quickly with a5. Nice move.
I really like a5. And he's trying to get to these knights, these clumsy knights. They get in the way of each other. I can't remember what Jonathan Rowson called these knights. Superfluous knights. And in one of the Jonathan Rowson, one of the best writers of chess around. I recommend all of his books, especially the 7 Deadly Sins. A fantastic chess book. You can get the course, I think, on Chessable as well. But these knights, very clumsy, and Vidit, he finds the weakness and he aims for them. So that's why Jan is trying to get those knights to a better square. That knight now defending that one, and if a4, well, this knight has 2 squares it can come to. Fairly in the balance, this position.
But I just wanted to say a4 is a very thematic move, and I think it was shown to me by one of my first trainers, and he labeled it a Botvinnik move, and I used it quite a lot to actually gain small advantages. And there you see a4 on the board, knight c1, and it's not really about going rook a5 and swinging the rook over, although that is a possibility, but it's just more about grabbing space and getting ready for the endgame. a3. Nepo's still in prep. I'm not sure if Nepo is in prep anymore, because I feel like after b3, I think that only Vidit is the one that is marginally better.
I really like Vidit's position. I think Vidit is outplaying Jan, and the reason for that is this diagonal has now become open, And the pawn on d4, it's one of those structures where the center can be good, but also it can be a bit of a hindrance. And that pawn is a target, so why not start targeting it? Okay, he's gone another way. He wants to move his rook and hit it like this. Computer doesn't like that move, though. I mean, I thought logical, put the queen in one of these two squares, aim for that. I was starting to get really positive about black's chances. Still think I prefer black here, to be fair.
Yeah, but what's wrong with queen d6?
Can't see anything wrong with it, but maybe there was just a better move. Maybe it was more precise to
Put the queen,
put the queen here, because when you put a rook on d8, you're lining up against the queen, so you've got e5 ideas. Rather than in the game, when you put the rook on d8, e5 is not as strong, because in some cases, white would better take it, which he wouldn't better do if the queen was elsewhere.
Right, and also I guess the queen on d6 is quite clumsily placed. You know, it can get kicked around. And yeah, well, Vidit still very much okay. And Nepomniachtchi has to find a way to reinforce his center. Shall we take a quick look at...
Ooh.
Oh, hang on a second. I say this because now suddenly I'm looking at knight takes pawn.
Sorry, you're looking at grabbing a pawn?
Oh, yeah.
Really? You want to grab a pawn?
Well, that's
Ivanka,
the first
pawn
move.
grabber.
Yes. Give it to me.
Well,
now I want to calculate, Simon. So knight takes pawn. I'm
okay.
thinking,
Can we try to do this
knight
without
takes
moving
knight,
the pieces yet?
bishop takes bishop. And if you flick in the intermediate, like knight b5, then queen c6. Bada bing, bada boom. Everything protected.
Who's the chess gangster now? With that bada bing, bada boom. Ivanka, the chess gangster. Well, okay, let's show it on the board, because obviously he can get away with this move. He's been played. Vidit has played it. Brave move by Vidit. He doesn't trust Jan. He's playing this move. Knight takes d4. What is Jan's idea? He takes it back quickly. Jan can bluff as good as them all. And now you have to take on g2, because otherwise you're just losing a piece. If you take on d4, white takes on b7, you're a piece down. So you've got to take on g2. I mean, is white's idea something like knight e6 maybe?
Yeah, it could be knight e6, but
risky.
But even then, you know, if you go knight e6, I would be so tempted to actually sacrifice the rook on f8 and just retreat the bishop back to b7 and just line up the queen and bishop on a beautiful battery on the light squares.
Well, let's show that. So, well, I mean, I don't know why black is thinking here. I expect
he's not thinking. He's actually played it.
Okay. Let's see if we can just update that. So he has to play bishop takes g2 and takes e6 on the board. And the idea of this is you're going to take the bishop back, but you want to pick up a pawn on the way. Because obviously if you take the bishop back now after queen takes d4, you're just a pawn down. So knight takes e6. And the idea, well, black has just taken it back. There were other opportunities, as Ivanka mentioned, but let's stick with the game. Pawn takes e6, king takes g2. Now, the structure is better for white because this pawn is weak. But black now puts his rook to pin the knight down, and white defends that knight in quite a clumsy way. Quite a clumsy way. Rook e3. So let's just remind everyone, black has the worst pawn structure, weakness, but black has the better pieces. Open file, a really strong pin, open file, possible attack. Interesting position, Ivanka.
It is an interesting position, especially now I'm looking at it, that the knight can't untangle itself too easily. So, for instance, if you go knight e7, how are you going to get out of trouble because knight f5 is coming?
I love this maneuver. Put the knight on f5. And I mean, I think white's idea is to get out of the pin and then move the knight. So white wants to go queen e2 and then go knight e5. And then white's probably better. So, you know, let's just give white two moves. Queen e2, knight e5. I prefer white because the weakness there is strong. But this is a great move, I think, that Ivanka's recommending. There might be other options like e5 is very interesting and e4. That's a very interesting tactical possibility. But knight e7, I don't think we've got any moves yet. Trying to improve that knight and put it on f5 looks like a scary move for Jan to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And just to comment on the time situation, Vidit significantly down on the clock, has just over 2 minutes, was Nepo, or just under 8 minutes. But Nepo's position, it's looking shaky.
Yeah, it does look shaky. I mean, tactically, and he's played knight e7. Great minds, Jovanka. Great minds. They think alike, don't they? Is that not true?
They do. I can take credit. But actually, I learned this rule that when you need to improve pieces, you should always choose the one with a higher dynamic value. So, for instance, you have the choice of going e5 or knight to e7. It would be the knight, because the knight is worth 3. That needs improving first. I thought that was quite nice. Quite rigid. But I liked my rules.
Yeah, I was not such a follower of the rules. I am now, but Oh, hang on a minute, what's happening here? Queen g4. Black is winning. If Black finds the right move, Black is winning. The point is,
what is
here,
the right move?
Well, we're going to give people a chance to find it. Queen g4. It looks like the knight is defended, but he's missed it. Vidit has missed the right move. He should have played, and this is not obvious unless you're running an engine, he should have flicked in this check first and then put the knight on this square. And we might see why in a second, because after knight f5, the rook has this square. This is forced. And if you'd have gone, let's just look at that. If you'd have gone queen c6 check, this move is not working because simply rook takes d3. So you narrow down your opponent's possibilities by giving this check. And that would have been winning, but it still looks quite promising for Vidit after queen c6 because it's a really strong pin on that rook. The only problem is this knight has found a good square. The queen goes all the way back, keeping the pin though. Black's position still looks very promising here.
Yeah, it still looks promising, but on the other hand, White's pieces are doing a great job of defending each other. I'm thinking of that knight on e5. And we see some more moves from Vidit. He played the rook to d4, attacking the queen.
This is a mistake. Again, Vidit, this is what happens. He's very short of time. And he plays the rook in, but this allows White the opportunity to make possibly some exchanges. The rook comes into d2. Vidit very short of time, and Jan is keeping that tempo up. And the problem is Vidit hasn't managed to cash in on his advantage, and that leaves Jan with this knight on e5. So positionally, well, the knight retreats. Okay, I was going to say it was a good knight, but this is tactically trying to hit that one. And yeah, I mean, it's just in the balance. This could be anyone's game, but I think now you'd have to say Jan is favourite because of the time situation. Simple as that. Look,
that is true. But the position is still, I would say, favouring Vidit just on account of his rook. And he puts it on b2. And this is something that worried me, actually. The knight now comes to g5. So White has ideas of going queen h5, maybe queen h3. Maybe you should just go all in and go rook e1. But for the time being, the knight is threatening the pawn on e6. How are you going to defend that? He moves his queen to c6, rook e1. Ooh, this is getting very sharp. I mean, we could see a massive turnaround in White's favour.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been turning for a while now, and it looks like Jan's playing really confidently, really quickly, and Vidit is on the defensive. He's, this was a problem, and he's defending that with everything he's got. How can Jan increase the pressure? I mean, his moves like rook e4. You could even try to take the open file, and even bringing the queen into checkmate situations is something worth considering here. So it's a good time for Jan to slow down and try to work out what to do. Computer, though, it's dead in the middle. The evaluation bar, it thinks it's okay for both sides. So can turn quickly, this one.
Yeah, but the moves, I'm having a look at it, the moves it's suggesting aren't necessarily that obvious. Like, it's actually just saying that the best thing that white can do is just retreat the knight to e4, attack the rook, force it back, and then put the knight back on g5 again. And there's still a lot of danger for white. Queen d1, with the idea of flicking the queen to d8, giving a check. That's also very good.
Is there a queen sat line here? So let's say if you go h6, a logical move, can you go queen check, take the rook, take there and take the knight? I mean, this is the kind of thing Jan would immediately play. I'm going to show this very quickly. So if you play h6, and is he going to play it? Did he play it? Let's just stick with the game for now. If he played it, he did. So here is Jan's idea to give up the queen. Otherwise, why would he put the queen back? So I'm going to show this line because Jan loves attacking. Let's say Jan now goes check. You have to block the check. There's nothing else. I now give up my queen for the rook. Boom! You have to take. I take on e6. Little boom. Check. You have to move the king. I take on f5. Boom! And I get...
I don't know, Simon. This position is wild because, first of all, are you threatening anything with the white pieces? Is there any deadly checkmating ideas?
Well, I don't know, but I've got 3 pieces possibly attacking. I was hoping I could check, move the rook to f7, try to take on g7. I mean, I don't know. It looks quite dangerous for black to me with 3 pieces hanging there. I mean, so my idea might be, you know, just to get this. Okay, what's he playing? What's he doing? Is he going to do it? Let's get to the live board. He hasn't played it. He's brought the knight back to e4. I can understand why. He didn't want to give up his queen, but the action continues. Vidit apparently puts the rook on the bad square, even though it's the most logical square. G4. Very aggressive play there from Nepo.
And be careful where Vidit puts the knight. He has 40 seconds. He has to retreat the knight. If he puts it on h4, well, there's going to come rook takes rook and queen to d8, picking up material. And there we see Vidit retreating the knight to d6.
Trying to block some lines up there. And this looks like a good move, Ivanka, because it stops white's queen ever coming into the position. And again, the valuation bar is saying it's still even. After every try from Jan, Vidit is defending brilliantly. He's finding the right moves under a minute on the clock. Let's remember they do get 10 seconds per move, but it's still a situation where they're very short time. What did he do? Did he take the rook? He did. So black's king is in a bad square at the moment. Now, a move like queen f3 check looks very obvious to me because king g8 would lose a queen to knight f6 check. So queen f3 check, I would play that move without thinking here, I think. I think I'd play that without thinking, I think. Did I just say that? There's far too many thinks going on.
Well, I like that move, though, because it does force the king out into the open. And instead, Nepomniachtchi has traded off the knights, and the queen did find itself on f3, and suddenly the bar has crept all the way in Vidit's favor. I'm guessing that's because all Vidit has to do is just tuck the king into the corner, and it's going to be all about this rook on b2. It's hitting at a2. No, he goes into the center. Oh, that's courageous stuff there.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, Ivanka? Such courageous stuff. But look at the bar. It's really thinking that Vidit might have great chances here. And if Vidit wins the black, you've got to say he's favourite to qualify. But Jan keeping the pressure up, the queen attacking the pawn. Is Vidit going to take the draw?
No, absolutely not. I mean, he might do because of the time. Well, okay, I'm hedging my bets there. But I think he repeats the move.
I think he's going to take the draw. Play for the win, Vidit.
But he can put the king on g8 without any risk.
I know. It's a hard move to find. He's
And
off.
now-
Okay, he's got to play King G8. You know, if he wants to win this, you've got to go the other way, Vidit. Play for the win. The gods of chess won't. He has.
does.
Well done. He plays for the win. A brave decision. Really good decision. You know what, Jovanka? If he'd have taken a draw there, the gods of chess would have cursed him and he would have lost the next game and be out. He's played the brave and the right decision. Well done, Vidit. Brilliant decision.
And we see the rook attack the queen. And of course, black's king is by no means safe. For instance, if you're careless with the queen, the rook will come up to d8 and the queen can follow suit with queen e4 check. So
I think there's an obvious move here. There's an obvious move that might be winning because all endings are winning. He's played it, queen f8. Because if you get the queens off the board, black is winning because of the rook, the black rook on b2. So Vidit is trying to get the queens off the board. And I don't see how white stops that because of the threat to f2. And if you move the queen, I can just start taking pawns. And Vidit, surely this is just looking very good for him. He could win with the black pieces here.
Yeah, and that would be a sensational result for Vidit, who would then be playing with the white pieces in the second game, and that is just about holding the nerve. And Nepomniachtchi just slides the queen. He cannot make the trade, but Vidit grabs the pawn. And in the meantime, just to update you on a result, Harika did draw against Aleksandra Goryachkina. And when it comes to the game between Elizabeth Paehtz and Anna Muzychuk, it looks like Anna Muzychuk will be winning that one.
We've got to stick with this game because it's so exciting now. Nepo is really struggling here and he plays g5. He's trying to open up Vidit's king. And this is a great gambling move, I say, because Vidit is so close to winning over here. Nepo is just trying to create chances. I love this move. Vidit moves his queen to a fantastic square. And this controls all of this diagonal. So his king can now sit on h7. And also the queen threatens the check, winning the rook. Vidit on course to win with the black pieces, meaning Nepo, if he wants to stay in the World Cup, has to win with black in the next 10-minute game. Look at that. Nepo cursing there, I think. Nepo clearly not happy with the way things are going.
No, he's not happy because what can white play? You've just highlighted two deadly threats, and basically the white rook probably has to slide itself to somewhere passive, but that is not going to help matters. And all Vidit now has to do is tuck the king. But now look at that. Nepomniachtchi has allowed black moves like rook a1 check. Maybe the queen can also go to g4. Because the rook and pawn ending is winning.
I think just check.
25 seconds.
Just check. If you check anywhere, white has to swap the queens off, and that must be an easy winning position. Because you swap queens, rook b2, game over. Just check. If Vidit finds a check, he must be going through, but he's got 15 seconds left. He plays a rook check. Is that okay? What's he going to do next? Maybe he's going to... Is he going to go a2? Is he really going to try to get two queens on the board?
Well, actually, maybe he can. And he's got 9 seconds to do this.
He's got to move quickly.
Throw in a check first.
He's gone for a check. And now the queens are going to get exchanged. Vidit exchanging queens. And this should still be very good for Vidit. Push the a pawn.
The question is, can you go rook to b1?
Yeah, rook b1, a2. He's just keeping it simple. We're into an ending. Black is a pawn up, but this a pawn is so strong here. Black must be winning this ending, Jovanka. Must be a win.
It must be a win, but only if Vidit can hold his nerves. He needs to activate all his pieces, but he's pushing his e-pawn. And just to give you an update, Anna Muzychuk did defeat Elizabeth Paehtz with the black pieces. So that puts Anna Muzychuk in a very good situation to go through.
Yeah. Jan trying to create some drawing chances. I mean, what Vidit needs to do is get his king like to b2. I would not exchange pawns here. I think this is a great move because you don't want to allow white the possibility of checking your king when it starts to travel. I just feel this is the right move to play for a win. keep the pawns on the board, because this rook has to permanently stay behind the A pawn. It can never get active because the black rook wants to move away and queen. And as soon as the black rook moves away, white needs to be able to take that pawn. So can Vidit now get his king into the position? White can't come forwards because it's a check and the pawn queens. So the white king has to remain fairly passive, and that would allow black's king to come in. And the winning idea again is to try and get the king here. But it's not as simple as the evaluation bar might think. The evaluation bar is saying this is completely winning.
No, I was going to say, and here, you know, Nepomniachtchi has to be very careful with where he puts the king. You can't put it to e2 because you have like tricky moves like e3 on the board. And that's why he plays king to g2. And for Vidit, it's all about activating the king. And as you mentioned that, the white rook completely tied down, has to always guard the pawn on a2. It's game over, Simon. All black has to do is just walk the king over to b2, completely winning.
There's nothing white can do. Yeah, Nepo's king is just trapped. You can't move the king anywhere because Vidit's play has been exceptional. He's paralyzing the king from moving forwards. The king can't come forwards because of a check. And as Ivanka said, the simple winning plan is just to move the king to support the pawn, and then you move your rook away. That's what you do. You move the rook away in that situation. So we'll see. He's moving. He's just keeping his king in. Any chances at all for Nepo? I can't see any chances, Ivanka, and he's resigned.
And that's it. He's resigned. And Vidit wins the second tie-break game at 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. He does it with the black pieces. So that means in game 2 of this particular tie-break, well, Vidit will have the white pieces and he is in good shape to qualify into the last quarterfinal spot in the open section. What a round of chess, Simon. We had 2 decisive games. Elizabeth Paehtz losing with the white pieces against Paehtz-Muzychuk, and everything still to play for in the game between Harika and Goryachkina. What can we expect now that the time has been slashed and 1 game still remaining of this time break?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just still a bit in awe of Vidit's play there because I assumed when Vidit was getting short of time in a tricky position that he might just crumble. And I think Jan overpressed somewhat there, understandably, because Vidit had seconds on his clock. But Vidit, how cool was he, Ivanka, to keep his nerve and to convert that into a beautiful win? I very impressive by Vidit. I mean, this, you know, if he manages to hold the next game, we're going to have 4 Indian players into the next round. Into, I think it's the quarterfinals. Are we getting there? Yeah, quarterfinals. Which is 50% of the players will be Indian, which is incredible. Really, really incredible.
Absolutely. It will be legendary for the Indian players if this does happen. And this is the perfect time for us to take a short break as we recover our nerves, maybe grab a quick coffee and get ready for some more action that is coming your way in just a few moments. Stay tuned.
I've worked with the 2 players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics. Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yeah. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it. You get $50, dude. Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Hello, and we are back in Baku, ready for more of the action that the second tiebreaks will bring us. We had a dramatic first round as we saw Nepomniachtchi lose to Vidit with the white pieces rather, and we also saw Paehtz-Muzychuk also score a very important victory against Elizabeth Pace. What will happen? Well, we are going to find out in a few moments as we anticipate the beginning of the second game of the second tiebreaks. But let's have a look at what is in store for us as the players are fighting for those quarterfinal and semi-final spots. So let's take a look at what prizes are ahead. And we can see the first place in the open section nets a very cool $110,000, $80,000. But this is where it gets important. We are going to look at what the prizes are those for those reaching the quarterfinals. And you can see it's $25,000. Not bad, Simon.
Not bad at all. I mean, like, you know, to let's say Vidit, if he manages to not lose the next game, he gets $25,000. And it's not just that. These are really good prizes, but it's also a bit closer to that place in the candidates. But yeah, a great deal of money there in the open men's section, and maybe we should have a look at the women's section, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do a comparison. Let's see how they fare. And so remember, 110,000. 25,000 for the quarterfinals, and let's take a look at the prize pool for the women's. And there you see first prize is only 50,000, quite a significant difference. And let's take a look at a semi-final spot will net 15,000, but rather interestingly enough, just reaching the quarterfinals only gets 9,500. Simon, when you compare 25,000 with 9,500, do you think that's quite fair, considering that the expenses are going to be the same?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of arguments, aren't there, about this? I mean, obviously, I prefer the 25,000. You know, don't get me wrong. I suppose you could argue there's more players in the open to start with, so I don't know if that makes a difference. You could argue that, is it fair to say more people are watching the men's section? Is that another argument? So they deserve more money? Is there an argument saying they're higher rated, so they should get more money? What do you reckon, Jovanka?
Honestly, I'm going to put out there, like, I really appreciate the effort that the organizers have gone to secure the venue, to secure such excellent playing conditions, and of course to put up an amazing prize fund. But I do feel that the prize difference is a bit too much in this situation, because the expenses, I mean, playing in an event like this, I mean, the official hotels, if for full board, you're looking at like $200 a night. And also every single player will probably be carrying that financial burden themselves. And I do feel that women's prizes could be a bit higher.
Yeah, it does seem like they're very weighted, aren't they? Extremely weighted in one way. And there's a lot of costs involved. I didn't realize that the players had to pay all their own costs and these things. I mean, I've never been good enough to get in them, so it's kind of irrelevant for me. But I just think in general there should be, especially as it's a FIDE event, maybe some standard rules that they kind of try to keep with all tournaments, rather than they just decide what they want kind of thing. It seems like it's like more of a like pick a number out of a hat kind of thing. Rather than some standard rules. So I don't agree with that, but it's it's serious money they're all playing for though at the end, but massive difference in the prize fund, and there could be a lot of arguments about that, understandably.
And in the meantime, whilst prize monies are important in the game, and especially in this tournament, of course, it is going to be all about grabbing those candidate spots. And here we see Vidit. We've seen him in his Mind Palace. He's been coming to the board early, getting focused, getting ready. He has the white pieces, and he could be on the verge of qualifying into the quarterfinals if he secures a draw. And for Nepomniachtchi, he's been in this situation before. Only a win is good enough. and he has to do it with the black pieces.
He's got his t-shirt on now, Ivanka. Have you seen it? He's gone serious here. The hoodie's off, the tattoo is showing, and I don't know what the t-shirt says. Do we know what it says? It'd be nice to see it in full action. But he's getting very serious. But winning with the black pieces is very hard, right? It's a very, very hard thing to do. So can he manage to do it against a well-prepared player like Vidit? And we saw in that last game, Vidit's preparation with white is phenomenal. So let's see. Oh, he's played. Oh, here we go.
Simon! Yay! Ale! Vamos, it's a Dutch.
Come on, baby. Oh, bishop g5. Good move. Good move. And when you need to win, what do you play? The Dutch opening. Oh, he can't be playing g5 here. You have to be a lunatic. He's done it. Oh, my word.
He's done it.
And now there was an amazing line. I have to show this because I have looked at this move a lot. Now, Ivanka, in this position, after g5, and this is a crazily sharp opening. Maybe this is what Jan needs to do. White can play e4 here, and this is the key line. We won't spend too much time on this, but I have recommended not to take the bishop here because queen h5 is checkmate. So you've got to stop queen h5. I've recommended rook h7 here. And I've played this against Grandmaster Gormali in a very important game. And the point is you're going to trap the bishop and you're meeting the check with rook f7. And then I'm not even joking here. One of the sharpest lines is bishop e2, trying to do this again. And now king f7. And you put your king on h8. And you trap the bishop. That's all I'm saying. It didn't happen, though.
Video on this. And then you kind of said, but I made a wrong move and I lost quite quickly, if I remember the story.
Yeah, that's right. It's really scary. You might win a piece, but you might get checkmated. That is the problem. So,
okay, Vidit didn't play that. He played bishop g3. And after knight f6, e3 happened.
And now d6. The knight comes to c3 and c6, h4, rook g8. And this is all very normal stuff. We have an exchange on g5. And I kind of feel, well, I mean, I'm going to be biased here, aren't I? Whatever. But not a bad opening choice when you need to win the Dutch. It's risky. Don't get me wrong. Really risky.
And it's probably not a bad choice because, it's quite a cheeky opening in the sense that black really has pushed forward with the pawns. But what do you think about this move d5? Because instinctively I'm like, ooh, because you give away the e5 square for the bishop. But is black's space grab there with g5 and f5 worth it?
Well, I mean, I personally would have preferred to have played e6, I think, and try to develop like that. But d5 may be safer because at least you get this wall. But you can't really play safe in this position. And I agree with you, Ivanka, that I wouldn't have done this one because it depends what you're going for. You get a stone wall structure now, but there's a lot of holes in black's position. And Nepo has taken so many risks. I mean, this move, trying to grab a pawn, this is really risky play, but he's got to at least, yeah. He's going all in with the risks, right? What else to do? Yeah,
but is it one risk too far? Because I'm just looking at like moves like knight a4. What else? A3 is a nice idea. I've seen that one done before. A3 played, and I've seen this idea in the fantasy variation of the Caro-Kann. You cannot grab the pawn on b2 after a3 because knight a4 will trap your queen.
Yeah, this is a really nice trap, and the point of a3 is you take away the b4 square so the queen can't escape there. And after a3, white also has ideas of dominating over here. So Jan now develops his bishop, and he just wants to get the rest of his pieces into the game. I mean, the evaluation bar really likes white here, but I've noticed the evaluation bar generally hates the Dutch. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. If I listened to the evaluation bar, I'd have given up the Dutch when computers started to come out. But I haven't, and I'm glad for it, even though I probably should listen to the evaluation bar a little bit more at times.
But I understand you, Simon. Sometimes you just got to disregard that thing and just play on human psychology.
Yeah, why not? You've got to. Yeah. But this is a very tense position. I mean, maybe we could just have a look quickly at the games in the women's section as well. I think this will heat up in when very quickly. Actually, I think White has a great position, but it's a risk, and Jan's taken that risk, so we'll see shortly. But shall we go and have a look at what's happening in the women's section, because there's a lot of must-win games going on there as well.
Exactly. We have Anna Muzychuk. She won her game against Elizabeth Paehtz, and now Lizzie, with the black pieces, has to win on demand. And take a look at this. Anna Muzychuk, she just needs a draw, and we were talking about like playing solid and holding, and Anna is saying, no, I actually am going to stick to my usual style and play in a very active way. G4.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, if we just go from the top very quickly, it's one of the sharpest Sicilians, an open Sicilian, and this is the way I feel you should get a draw. How do you get a draw? By being meek, by being scared, by playing defensive? No. You get the things in life, the draws in life, in these encounters, by being brave, by playing very aggressively. F4, love it. G4, love it. By playing in your normal style. And Anna Muzychuk is a big attacker. She loves tactics. That's where she plays best. And I like her attitude here, Jovanka. Play brave chess to get the draw. I mean, it's a very interesting position, though. Another one that's going to heat up extremely quickly, right? White's probably going to castle queenside. Black's going to probably attack on the queen side. White already attacking on the king side. Very exciting.
It is very exciting, and I think Elizabeth can actually be quite happy by seeing a G4 on the board, because the play is just very double-edged. Queen E2 will probably come, and we're probably going to see Lizzie play B5, and there we see G5 appear.
Wow, such aggressive play by Anna. She only needs a draw, and she's pushing her pawns like, I don't know, like waves of craziness towards Black's king side. And I mean, this is quite normal play. Now we see Lizzie trying to get counterplay, and the queen generally comes to this square in this position. But what a position this is. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely double-edged.
It is completely double-edged. It's wild. And, well, the onus now is on Elizabeth. Where is she going to put her king? Is she just going to leave it in the middle of the board? Is she going to castle into the storm? In the meantime, we saw there.
I would not castle kingside here. I mean, castling here, I'd be too scared. Let's put it in a polite way.
I just had a look at the computer suggestion. Second choice, castle kingside. Well, that's one for the computers. And
we're going as quickly as we can with the moves here, as they're updating in real time. But very exciting position. Black now getting that counterplay on the queen side. And what does White do? Well, if White wants to, I mean, let's just see. Will White castle and be really, really outrageously brave here? I mean, castling into open files, it's something which I think you've got to do here. If she does that, I'll be amazed with just how brave she's being. And she's going to do it. She is. Look at it. She's castling. Wow. What a brave decision.
And I'm just wondering, Rook C2, Rook C8, sorry, I was thinking ahead. That's how I came up with Rook C2. So I was thinking Rook C2, Rook C8, and then Knight A2 is a potential idea.
Yeah, put the Rook on A8, and you get lined up against here, and then you try to go Knight A2 check, moving this knight away, and you come through here. So Lizzie has very decent attacking chances. I mean, also you've got to watch out for B5, but you can consider just using the A pawn as a little motoring point. And also, typical break that Black could be thinking here is D5. Open up the middle. There's loads of ideas, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whose king is safest. Shall we just have a bounce around very quickly at the current positions of the other games, or do you want to stay here?
Let's have a peek at the Goryachkina Dronavali game.
Right,
The
go
Harika
there.
game.
So in this one, this is the only match so far where it's even Stevens. So either side wins this game, they are through to the next round. If it's a draw, we will have another round of playoffs, and it looks fairly even at the moment. I know the computer's favouring black, but I quite like white's position after that last knight jump. It's all about king's safety, but it's in the balance here. So let's jump to another one, right?
Let's jump back to the Dutch, because I'm actually itching to find out how that one continued, because it did look like it was brewing up to be a mess.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's have a look. So the Dutch position doesn't look like too much has changed, to be honest. We had knight ge2. Interesting choice. I would have also considered trying to get the knight into the middle there, but this keeps things under control. And Nepo, in a must-win situation, has taken a lot of risks by playing this very dangerous and double-edged opening choice. He now continues developing, and Vidit plays b4, gaining space. And I think this is really normal. I think the evaluation's a bit harsh there about that move. Gaining space can't be bad. There doesn't seem to be any particularly amazing way to counter this. Maybe Nepo misses an opportunity to put his knight in the middle, but okay. Bishop g7, he develops his last piece. f3, stopping that move now. And the king, where do you put the king? So if you put the king over here, you're walking into that diagonal. So let's just catch up. And I'll go through the moves quickly because the current position seems very exciting. Black, let's remember, needs to win. And here we are. What is happening here? Well, the first thing is that f5 pawn. What a weakness.
Should be back on f7, Simon.
Yeah, you know the funny story. The funny story is Yosipov, who's originally a grandmaster from Russia, Soviet Union. He now teaches the Swiss national team, and he's you might have heard of Yosipov from all the great books he's done, all the great teaching, and he actually said about the move f7 f5 on move 1. He said, well, the problem. This is not a very good accent. Maybe I should not try. The problem with the Dutch is that most of the time, this is a terrible accent, most of the time in the middle game, the best move for black is f5 back to f7. So if black could move the pawn back there now, he might be okay. But oh dear, how do you do anything about that pawn? And it's gone a bit wrong for Nepo. This is actually one of the reasons why I don't play f5 on move 1. I always go e6, nearly always, because I don't like these bishop g5 lines. But that's just me. So do you reckon he could try moving that pawn back on top of his king? Do you reckon he'd get away with that? I don't think so.
I don't think... I was going to say, yeah, why not try it? Vidit will never notice, but of course, I'm just jesting. No, I was actually seriously thinking about ways how to defend the f5 pawn, and the only way I can come up with is like knight to h5 and step forward with the king. And, playing a5, but Vidit responding immediately with b5.
Yeah, I think
Nepo
Nepo
is creaking. This is not working out well for black, because if you capture that pawn, obviously after the recaptures, black is just saddling themselves with weakness after weakness. b6 is weak, f5 is weak. White has a nice plan of just going rook to b1, and you can just play the game very positionally.
I have to say, I don't normally say this, but this is not a very good advertisement for the Dutch. I mean, it's looked pretty bad from an early stage, this one. But
not going to be featuring in your online courses.
I don't think it will come out as a new... Yeah, I won't put this one in the next chessboard course I do on the Dutch. But if you do want to learn the Dutch, then, go to chessboard and get my course, because obviously it will tell you how to avoid these kind of positions.
Right. For me, it's all about playing d5. I felt that it's too much of a luxury to play d5 and
Yes,
f5
agree.
in that kind of position.
100%.
You gotta stay tense and flexible with the pawn structure. And we do see the pawn trades.
We do.
And
I mean,
we
I don't think it's, it's still quite tense. I mean, I don't think it's all that bad because Nepo, he needs to win. What's he done right here? Well, he's played f5, even though I'm not really sure about that. He's kept all the pieces on the board. Not one piece has been exchanged. Only one pair of pawns. Okay, I think his king is looking a little bit iffy. I think his king side is a little bit overextended. But the pieces are on the board, and he's got to just try and create some magic. He's got to try to create some chances. I mean, even a move like e4 here would terrify me with that rook lined up against the black king. That's just the kind of move Vidit would like to play. But oh no, he's gone for your move, I think. Very sensible move, getting ready to pressurize there. I mean, it does look bad, but it's not over yet. Still chances.
There's still definitely some chances, and we see rook a7 being played. I would also be super tempted to go bishop d3. Drop the bishop back and ask black, how are you going to protect the f5 pawn? Are you just going to drop the knight back to g7?
I thought maybe knight g7 could have played last move because, you open up the rook, you defend the pawn, and maybe with the knight on g7, you have a sacrifice of pawn to f4 and moving the knight to f5 just in time. In these kind of situations, you've got to find any way to try and get some activity. But one thing is clear, Vidit is in control at the moment. He only needs to draw this one with the white pieces to go through to the next round, which would be a brilliant result for him against someone as strong as Nepo. C4
and we have a
played.
move. He's played c4.
Another scary move
as well.
Yeah.
And you cannot capture that pawn and allow a trade of the light square bishops. And Nepomniachtchi just retreating the knight to g7. Yeah, white needs to defend the bishop, perhaps by going bishop to g3.
This is kind of the situation where if you're Vidit, you can kind of taste the win. You can taste, you've got to get out of that mindset. Okay, so he's taken on d5. Remember about your bishop, Vidit, but obviously that can't be taken now. I think Jan has to take back. He can taste the win, but he's got to get those thoughts out of his mind. He's just got to concentrate on this game as much as he can. I think White's idea will be to get rid of the bishop when the black king is going to be weakened on these light squares even more. That bishop is kind of blocking diagonals towards the king. So Vidit's plan, I would assume, exchange the light square bishops off here. Yovi, is that the kind of thing you'd do? I mean, there's other ideas as well, like e4 could be a very strong move at the same time.
E4 is incredibly tempting, especially if I can hit the bishop on d5 and thus not allowing black to close down the position with f4. Another idea, I just love your trading of the light squares, because remember that Nepomniachtchi is in a must-win situation, and the more pieces that get traded off, the more impact this weak pawn on b6 will have on the position. And I like that quote. Black is not worse, just has a dynamic position. That's one way to hide the weaknesses.
Definitely an optimistic way of looking at the position there. That's for sure. And the reason that black is worse is just a lot of little weaknesses that you can point out. This pawn, unfortunately, the Dutch pawn, there's a lot of holes here, like, hole on e6. This pawn, this backwards pawn here, not defended by another pawn. White's king, fairly safe. It can always come to f2. As Jovanka mentioned, this break in the middle is always a threat. You have to watch out for. I mean, maybe even White could play for Maximum and try to get rid of the light square bishop with the knight, because then his light square bishop could really play a great part. So there's loads of little things which are a bit smelly about Nepo's position, but he's kept the pieces on. He is up on time, meaning he's keeping chances alive.
Yeah, and well, as the time ticks down, it will play a huge factor on the position. Don't forget about the ability of a human to panic and go wrong. And we see Nepomniachtchi thinking. I think he's thinking about how to deal with e4. That seems to me the critical threat. And he's just played, what does he play? E6. E6 played.
And white has moved the knight to c3 to try and get rid of the bishop, but the computer doesn't like that. And I think it is because this sacrifice I mentioned earlier, f4, creating some counterplay. Nepo has to play something like this. Look at him. I think he's seen it. This is a chance. It still might be bad, but you've got to look for any way to get active. And let's just put this on the board. The point of f4 is that if this pawn is taken, you have two options. You can either take on d4, or what I would probably play, move your knight here to attack the bishop and find lots of interesting ways into the position. I mean, it still might be okay for Vidit, but that would get very complicated. And that's what Jan Nepo needs to do in this position. He needs to complicate it. So I feel f4 is fearmatic. Maybe it just doesn't work, Ivanka, but okay, he hasn't played it. He's put the bishop all the way back. Wow. I did not expect that.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either. So there was obviously something that he didn't like with this f4 idea. Perhaps he was afraid of the situation clarifying. And yeah, it might have been objectively the best move in the position. But remember, Nepomniachtchi has to win. And maybe he feels that he can do this with more pieces on the board. I'm expecting Vidit to anticipate this f4 pawn break and go bishop f2.
Yeah, bishop f2 looks very safe. What happened? Okay.
No, he doesn't play it.
So he went bishop c4, lining up on this diagonal. And Jan, straight away, f4, bang, looking for counterplay. But Vidit now plays bishop f2, which the computer thinks is a mistake. And all of a sudden, Jan is getting back in the game. Look at his face. He's seeing some opportunities here. Mm-hmm. White's gone a little bit too passive in this crazy position. I still feel Vidit is doing fine, but maybe he's losing a little bit of that energy he had.
Yeah, and probably time to introduce a new piece into the action. And that wasn't what I expected. I expected the rook to come to c7, but rook to h2 and given a big cross by the computer. Why is this so bad?
Wow.
Well, Vidit simply just chases it away.
Yeah, this is a waste of a move. Vidit puts his bishop back, the queen defends g2, and Jan's going to have to move his rook again. He's wasted a whole tempo. I mean, remember, you do kind of want to play knight f5, but you can't because a queen takes f5. This would be the kind of ideal plan, but you can't lose tempos in positions like this, I feel, Ivanka. It's such a sharp position. You're on the back foot with your king here. I think this move, well, this is a big mistake. So Jan now counterattacks.
But look at this.
Getting crazy.
Rook to c7 is getting crazy. And then the first question you have to ask is, what is going to happen if white grabs the rook? Is it really enough play?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what's he doing? Oh, what a move. Knight b5. I love this move. He's keeping it. He's keeping things tactical. I think he can leave that rook alone for the time being. And if you take on c4, there's even knight d6 coming in. This knight looking for the square here.
Mm-hmm. Great move by Vidit. And now two rooks on freeze. You have to defend one.
You can't defend them both, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's what a great move by Vidit. I guess you have to save the rook on h2. That one's completely up for grabs, and knight takes rook.
So Vidit goes the exchange up. Let's remember bishop takes c4 as a tactic that doesn't quite work because the knight defends the queen. It's the kind of thing you've got to look for here. It looks great. Maybe now you're e4. Just come through the center. I suppose e4, bishop takes d4. Oh no, I thought that was a king there. It's a rook.
So bishop on g1
so confused by this
it's
position.
A great defender.
It is.
No, but I like your move, although you no tactical problems for white whatsoever along the c line.
They both have under
E4.
3 minutes now. The time is getting intense. This is also, I think, a very nice move. When you material up, what do you want to do? You want to exchange pieces off. The computer doesn't like it so much, but it's a very human move to play. Get rid of your opponent's most active pieces. You've got the extra rook, the extra exchange, so just try to swap things off. But why doesn't the computer like this as much? I think the computer is now saying pawn takes pawn gives black some tactical chances, maybe because the queen can come in. Did he play it?
Wow.
No.
No,
What did
he
play?
didn't play it.
Played rook
He played
h2.
rook h2.
Okay. And now maybe just bishop g1.
whether-
What if you go bishop g1 offering the draw?
Exactly.
Maybe then you play pawn takes pawn or something. Vidit only needs a draw. Let's remember, white only needs a draw. So he always has the opportunity.
Simon,
Yeah.
it's not possible to go pawn takes pawn if you go bishop g1, because now you can do the bishop takes pawn trick.
And swap off a lot of things, yeah?
Yeah, you swap off queens and you pick up the rook on h2.
Would look very good, that one. 2 exchanges up, I think, at the end of that, right?
Yeah.
So bishop g1 not
He's
possible.
completely mad. So bishop g1.
I guess, Jovanka, the kind of thing that you don't want to do is, if you're Vidit here, is you know you're winning this, but you really want to stop your opponent playing moves like rook takes g2. Okay, he's played rook c1. Maybe the threat is now bishop takes e6. Is that the idea?
That is certainly the idea.
Computer not liking that move
Overprotecting
either.
the queen. Well, yeah, I guess probably it wasn't the best move on the computer scale, but in a human scale, you can't go wrong by overprotecting your pieces.
No, I agree. Everything lined up nicely here, and you create a threat. And creating a threat and a safe threat is always something well worth doing. And what is Jan now playing? He's moved his queen out of the way of that tactic of bishop takes e6. The computer is basically, the nerves are high here, as you can see, but I don't think they're playing that badly. It's just a very hard position for humans to play because there's so many tactics going on here.
Mm-hmm. And even though white is material up, there's still a lot of danger for Vidit.
There is
because
lots
the
of
rook
danger.
is well placed on h2, and of course with the king sitting on e1, well, Vidit cannot rest, and that's why he's played bishop g1.
Well,
But
now take
now
on
I'm
e3.
thinking your idea, take on
Take
e3.
Oh, would he play it? He hasn't.
No, he's played rook
the
h1.
Okay, I think what Jan's idea is as well is to keep up on the clock. Yeah, keep the position complicated, keep up on the clock, and he's got a minute advantage because this will keep the pressure very firmly on Vidit's side. And Vidit is spending a little bit too long here per move. He's got to play quicker here, and his next move is not obvious. Black's threatening to take on e3 at some point, opening the position. Maybe the queen can take on a3. It's actually really messy, this position. You know, the valuation bar says Vidit's winning, but it's not clear at all. He's taking on f4. Okay.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we see the evaluation bar not meeting that with a seal of approval, just diving down a little bit. And pawn takes pawn on the board. I was wondering whether Nepomniachtchi could actually sacrifice his rook and take the bishop. That might have been an interesting shot.
Yeah.
Bishop f2.
Played. Rook h2, and we've seen this again. And Will Vidit, he's just come back, and Jan can't go for the draw, so he's moved his rook to a more passive square. But I think this supports the knight coming to f5. Imagine that knight. And look, he's having a swig of water. I'm no body language expert, but I do know generally when a player has a swig of water, they're getting more confident. And I feel that Jan is getting happier with his position because his knight now jumps in. Look at that knight. Knight coming into the position, certainly giving chances for black. Forget about the Federation bar. There are chances here.
Totally. There's certainly chances. And talking about someone who is taking their chances, Elizabeth Paehtz is on the verge of checkmating Fabiano-Muzychuk. Her position is very, very dangerous indeed. So she looks like she will be getting her comeback victory. Remember, she had to win on demand with the black pieces.
Yeah. The knight jumps in. Black's queen goes a little bit passive with the queen. Vidit, a minute 23. Vidit's still in control though, right? He's still controlling this. Yeah, Jan's doing everything he can, but look at this great c-file. At some point, the queen will dive into the position. Maybe the knight will dive in. And Jan hasn't created any threats for a while. So even though Jan had the sip of the water, it didn't seem to help him much. Normally that sip makes you play some brilliant moves, but not in this case.
Certainly not in this case. But the question, though, is can Vidit kind of hold his nerve with so little time on the clock? He has just over 1 minute, and we all know that in such a fraught environment, one tends to make mistakes. So Nepomniachtchi has to find a way to kind of maintain the balance. I'm like looking at moves like knight g3.
There's a big threat, isn't it? Bishop g6, I think. So yeah, this is
so
stop ideas.
Set it up. King to g7, very nice. And bishop f2 played. And I like the way that Vidit is always going to meet rook h2 with bishop g1. Chase that rook away.
This is a nice move because it's just controlling the black knight. If the black knight comes in, then it will be eliminated. So the rook comes back to h2. And again, this is Nepo's strategy, I think. Keep Vidit under time trouble. Even if you're not doing well, particularly well on the board, this might be a chance later on. And Vidit doing really well so far. I would, yeah, like to say, why not just?
Isn't there some knight c7 ideas?
Quite possibly, yeah. He's gone queen c8. I like this move as well because rook c7 and just threatening the bishop on a8. This looks good. This looks like a good move for Vidit.
Rook h8 probably forced.
Rook h8. Well, but then your queen gets to this square with tempo. He has played it. He's keeping pressure on the clock. But Vidit's queen, so active now, Jovanka. And you can even start doing stuff like queen a7 and bringing your rook in as well.
And not to forget, Simon, that there is a pawn up for grabs on f4.
There's so many things going on here. I really can't keep an eye on all the pieces.
Yeah.
But Vidit's controlling everything, right? He's controlling everything.
Vidit is. And just, Vidit also with the bishop on d3 keeps an eye on the knight on f5. So any e5 pawn breaks can't be played immediately. And Nepomniachtchi now ticking to just over a minute. So he puts his bishop on d5. But did he play your idea? King d2. Love it.
Such a calm move. And he's getting ready now to use the other rook when he's controlling both of the half-open lines. Maybe one idea is just bishop takes knight and rook e1. Attack the queen. Get rid of black's one active piece. I mean, Vidit, at the moment, I can't see him losing this game because he is playing so well. He's playing like a star. This is probably commentator's curse. He's probably going to blunder now, so I shouldn't have said that, but he's keeping his cool so well. And it's his move now. Taking the knight and going rook e1 just looks logical. Will he play this idea? Because the queen, he has. He's taken it. He's taken on f5. And Nepo takes back quickly. What does he do next? The
rook fe1. Attack the queen.
And the queen doesn't really have a good square. This is the problem. If it goes to f7, knight d6. Well, knight d6 might be game over. This might be the end. Jan, squinting there. I think this could be. I can't see how you can keep defending the knight. Is he going to resign? Is Vidit going to be through to the next round? What's he done? Where's he moved to? He's gone bishop e4. That is a move of a desperate man. That is. That is a desperate move.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, but probably the only one. But what's to stop Vidit from just grabbing that piece? But instead, he plays the very calm move. Oh, this is nice. Beautiful. Setting up the threat of knight takes f5 check. Ooh.
I mean, what an amazing game by Vidit. He could have grabbed the bishop, Jovanka, but as you say, he keeps up the pressure. The threat, knight takes f5. And what happened there? The queen comes to e6 to defend her. And now Vidit is a whole rook up. He takes on e4. Jan takes back on g2. It's a whole rook, though.
Yeah,
Vidit just
rook
needs,
G1. Is that
he's
going to
played
seal the victory?
It must be sealing the victory. It's a rook. F3 played. There's still this little check over here you have to keep an eye open for. But the evaluation bar is all the way in Vidit's favour.
And after the trade of rooks, what are we going to see from Vidit? Knight takes pawn.
D5.
No, D5.
He keeps finding tricks, though, does Jan. He keeps finding moves that just get the game rolling a little bit further. But the problem is now, after the king moves to e2, this queen has nowhere to go. That is the end. Vidit goes through to the next round. Amazing stuff there. Brilliant play by Vidit. And Jan being very gracious in defeat there. But Vidit deserves that one, doesn't he, Ivanka?
Yeah, you could just see the smile on Vidit's face. The tension, the relief after qualifying into the quarterfinals. What an epic performance by Vidit there in the second tiebreaks. He just completely overpowered Nepomniachtchi, and what a performance in this game. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing, and you've got to congratulate Vidit for not just playing great chess, not just playing under pressure, but his opponent, Nepo, one of the best players in the world in match play, and he defeated him. And all of the Indian players have progressed to the next round, so congratulations to them. Can be a very strong Indian contingent in that round. And brilliant play, Vidit. Well done. Congratulations to him. Right, we're going to move on to the women's section now, Ivanka.
We definitely are. And this is the one game remaining between Goryachkina and Harika. And just to mention that Elizabeth Paehtz did win on demand with the black pieces against Paehtz-Muzychuk. So they will now play the Blitz tiebreak. That one is going to be very exciting. And in the meantime, we do have this game where Harika is 1 pawn ahead. It's queen and bishop versus queen and knight.
Okay, so black has the extra pawn. So you would assume that black is the one trying to win. But a couple of reasons it's not going to be easy. Let's keep an eye on the clock again. They're both at the 1 minute section. Is that the queen and knight? What pieces coordinate the best in chess? The queen and the knight. If they get rocking and rolling, they can cause havoc. So it's the kind of position as black, if you push too hard and you push your pawns forwards, you actually create a lot of space behind your king. So you could be in trouble there. Saying that, it is a pawn, Ivanka, so I guess Harika must try and win this game.
Yeah, Harika, this is going to be a great chance for her to push. And the great thing is that she can just make a lot of empty moves in order to build up some time on the clock. Whereas for Goryachkina, she must be careful at every single opportunity. And we see Harika mobilizing the queen, giving a check, forcing the king to the edge of the board. And now I would probably relocate the queen to d3 just to improve it.
It's gone right in the center. I like this move as well. I mean, I think as a rule by thumb, when you're playing queen endings are really hard to play. Is it going to be a draw? Are they repeating the position? I think they repeat the position, and a draw has been agreed. Surprising a bit.
Okay. It is a little bit surprising, but nonetheless, we are going to see Blitz tiebreaks because nothing can separate these two players. 1 point each in the second tiebreaks. And Simon, 2 matches remaining. We are going to slash the time even more. It's going to be 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. What can we expect?
Quicker chess. Well, the way things are going, there's just not much between these players, and every round gets a little bit tougher, doesn't it, as they go on? And there's been, these 4 players in the women's section, they are really experienced. They're great players. And again, I can't predict it. I can't predict a winner in either of those matches. Especially the Elizabeth Paehtz-Muzychuk encounter. There's been nearly a win in every game there today. it's been exciting tactical chess. So I hope it continues that way into the next stage, the Blitz section.
Yeah, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to catch our breaths and take a short pause. But don't go anywhere, because when we return, we are going to look at those two remaining tie breaks. It is Goryachkina against Harika, and of course Elizabeth Paehtz against Paehtz-Muzychuk. Anything can happen, so stay tuned.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
I was here!
I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go! Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try. 8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
Hello, and we are back. And after that excitement of the second tiebreaks, well, one thing is clear. The quarterfinals for the open section, they have been set. Everything has been decided there. There we can take a look at what lineups we have in store tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen, good cash, and Pragnander Arjun. But something that has not been set is actually the semi-finals for the women's, because here we go. There are still 2 matchups outstanding. Someone who's gotten through is Salimova. She won in the first set of tiebreaks against Paehtz-Muzychuk in a very convincing manner, and Tan Zhongyi won her match yesterday against Bella Kotanishvili. But an interesting thing is that if Aleksandra Goryachkina qualifies to the semi-final, then because she actually already has a spot in the candidates, it means everyone in the semi-final will get a candidate spot. Exciting stuff. And in the candidates tournaments of 2024, well, the winner of that event will challenge Ju Wen-jun for the crown. And now we've moved on to the Blitz tiebreaks, and let's take a look at the format. It is a best of 2 Blitz games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds per move. And if the match is still tied after these 2 games, then we're going to go on to something that we've affectionately named sudden death. The 1 Blitz game, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per move, and the players will swap colors and continue until there is a decisive result. And we are left just over 1 minute from the start of play. 2 matches remain. Paehtz-Muzychuk against Elizabeth Paehtz, and Harika-Goryachkina against Aleksandra Goryachkina. And it's been such an epic match between these 4 players. We've seen a lot of toing and froing, and what can we expect, especially here in Harika against Goryachkina?
Yeah, it's going to be, well, exciting. Everything's been exciting, and it can go either way. I think, I can't predict these matches at all. There's been so many decisive results in the other one, Elizabeth Paehtz versus Anna Muzychuk. Every game has been /hack glory. These 2 have been more positional in nature. I think Goryachkina is more positional player, tends to be. But when Harika has attacked, she's been phenomenal. And I would suggest to Harika that she needs to complicate the position, go for a more tactical game. And of course, as soon as I say that, she plays one of the most positional openings you can imagine, the Reti.
Yes, and well, it is a Reti though with a twist, because Goryachkina has replied with knight c6. So big positional idea of playing the e-pawn 2 squares forward to e5 and taking the center. And there you go. e5 has been allowed, e5 duly played.
Yeah, and now we really have a reversed perk. It's funny how openings change. So white is playing the perk, but with an extra tempo. And this little move is now trying to change it to an opening called the Tiger Modern. So it's changing so much. And this move is preparing potentially queenside play with b4, maybe bishop b2, standard idea. So black just cuts that option down straight away. So now there's no b4. And I'm wondering if knight g5 was also a move, but knight c3 going to pressurize the center makes a lot of sense as well. And Goryachkina playing just good developing moves here, Jovanka.
Yeah, I was a bit curious about knight c3, because when I kind of think about the position with when black is playing this structure with this kind of setup, they normally kind of go knight to d7 as knight to d2, castle kingside, and go b3, bishop b2, and kind of creep forward with some kind of c4 push. But then knight on c3, well, that means that you are kind of banking everything on getting an e2, e4 in the one good day.
Yeah, I think it happens a fair bit in these lines once this a5 move's played, because you have these other options, and it's kind of, does black play d4 or not? That's the other move. But I'm still wondering, Ivanka, about knight g5. I mean, knight g5 doesn't look crazy to me. Maybe followed up by something aggressive like e4. That's the kind of move I want to play here, because often black stops that by playing h6, just ruling out this idea. And okay, the bishop has gone to g5. This has a direct strategy of trying to fight for the light squares. That knight on f6 is controlling the light squares, so white is just trying to fight for them by eliminating it. But you lose the bishop pair playing this way, so I don't know. Maybe knight d2 now would be a good follow-up. But okay, taking the knight straight away. Not sure about this strategy.
Yeah, and we do see e4 played, and see Goryachkina. She doesn't want to enter into any complications after d4, so therefore captures in the middle. Bishop is going to retreat to e7, and black is perhaps threatening to go f7, f5.
I agree, and taking on e4 with the knight rather than the pawn was a very brave decision from Harika. I mean, I don't think I would have been that brave, because black now has this space advantage. And as you say, black has this simple idea of pushing over here at the right moment. So white a little bit cramped, black a little bit more space, but white is solid here. Would you prefer to be white or black here, Ivanka? I think I'd probably pick black, but I'm not sure. This knight now finding a good square. Hard to say. In the balance.
I wasn't that keen on the h7, h6 idea, and so I would have been more tempted to play very directly with f5. But now I kind of think that this is very double-edged. And we see Goryachkina, she decides to protect the pawn with the queen. And now Harika moving the knight to d2 to reroute it to e4. Still some uncomfortable pressure there for black to deal with in the middle of the board.
Okay, now this game is still developing and still coming along nicely, but we're hearing there's a lot of action in the other game, and we've got 2 tie-break games, so we're actually going to move over to the other one just while we wait until this heats up more. And in the other one, which has been a more, I'd say, exciting match in general, more tactical match, we have Elizabeth with the white pieces against Paehtz-Muzychuk, and we have opposite side castling. So for a start, that leads to a more interesting game. And what just happened there? Well, we had black trying to start some kind of attack with a knight and queen coming in. Very complex position here. Elizabeth, if she wins with black, it'd be a great start in this match.
It would be a great start, but have you not noticed, Simon, that every time someone plays with the black pieces, they win?
Yes.
And they win in the most dramatic way possible. Always some kind of attack against the king. And it's looking good for Elizabeth here, I have to say. Queen there on a3. I mean, take a look at white's king. The pawns around it are just ruined. All black needs is a knight to get to c4. And it's going to be happy days.
And it's equal in material, and I agree, Ivanka, if we just look at who's got the stronger king, well, black's king is in no danger. White is a long way from getting to that king. Maybe the last move, white is trying to get something going, but even then, there's not really any threats. So black does have a bit of time, and black, Elizabeth, with the black pieces now maneuvering to pressure that weakened square. And if you can get this knight out of the way, there's a big threat. So Anna bringing the bishop around to defend, a good defensive maneuver there. But is it going to be in time? With I liked your knight a5 to c4. I thought that was a very clever idea. I mean, you could play it now, or you could.
You can still do it.
You can still do it.
I like, first of all, look, just defend the d5 pawn and then get on with the knight a5, knight c4.
Yeah, because otherwise, I guess it's maybe white is threatening to take this pawn. I'm not sure if white is, but why allow that possibility? Let's just defend it first. And let's remind everyone, looking at the stats of these two players who have played many times before, it's been clear that in the past, in the quicker time limits, Paehtz-Muzychuk has a tremendous score over Lizzie. She has a 9 victory score against Lizzie's 1, but Lizzie in this tournament has been playing fantastic chess. And what is she going to play now? Got to keep up on the clock, I feel, in this part of the competition. She has just played rook d8. Sensible move.
Very sensible move. I'm even expecting moves from Elizabeth like h6 before she initiates active operations. It's very difficult for white to do anything. And do we have a move from Anna? Nope.
No, and I'm thinking about any way to drum up some counterplay. And that is the problem in white's position. White is just defending. Because these pawns are going to leave your king very weak. I think white's done a very good job of defending so far, but it's not fun defending forever because it's really easy to make mistakes. And there's no obvious way that white can keep defending here, Jovanka. Maybe you just go for it. This is really slow, but you've got to try something, right?
Yeah.
Maybe use the F pawn. Just throw the F pawn.
I was going to suggest F5, F6.
Yeah.
And see where that one takes you.
Knight e5 might be a possibility then, I've just realised.
Yeah.
That will then come in with tempo, so it's really hard to even move f5 because you give away the e5 square.
You can also pounce on the c3 pawn by going knight a7, knight b5. Is that good of a position for black?
Wow, it's a lovely idea. Really, really clever idea. Putting a knight on a7, bringing it into this aggressive attacking role. And this is okay. So the queen has come over to f3. I'm not sure how that helps white's position here. And now Lizzie has a number of moves. And I think if I was black, I'd be thinking about what to do with the knight. I love Jovanka's idea of getting the knight to this square. Clever. But you can also play very simply and just go to a5. And she has just kept it very simple here. Logical move there.
Yeah, knight a5, put the knight on c4, and it's appeared there on the board, and rook to d4 from Anna. I'm guessing the queen just can move out of the way.
There is a threat. I think queen takes e4 may be a threat. Maybe. I'm not even sure that's a threat because you have queen e8 at the end, but it's something to watch out for.
Well, you don't want to allow that kind of counterplay. So we see queen to c6. This is also good.
Hang on
she's fallen for it. This is bad.
Queen takes e4. I told you it's a threat. She's fallen for queen takes e4. Lizzie had a great position, and now queen takes knight, followed by rook takes here. It's going to be a piece up, and Lizzie just fell for this. She has blundered. She's showing any emotion there. She dropped a piece in a really promising position. This is where she had to play your move, h6. She didn't play it. She's a piece down now. Anna Muzychuk has grabbed her chance.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's turned like that. It's completely winning for Anna. Completely winning.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Well, there is still some complication because the white king is still open. So I'm expecting Lizzie, and she has grabbed the pawn on c3. And now she just has to go a5, b5, see what happens. But an extra knight, they tend to win games.
That was massive though, Jovanka. I mean, black had such a good position, and you know what? You suggested it, Jovanka. You said just give your king an escape square, because the major problem in that variation was that if you ever take the queen, rook takes rook is not just check, it's a back ranker, a back rank checkmate. And if black had given the king an opportunity to move away, you would have avoided this trick. And white is now a piece up. The only hope that black has is if white returns the favour and blunders, but I don't see that happening at this level. Anna Muzychuk has been playing such precise chess throughout. There is another game after this. There is a chance for Lizzie to bounce back.
Yeah, but what a devastating start to the Blitz tiebreaks. To blunder a piece in such a way, that is going to hurt, and it's going to be difficult to recover from that. And really nothing that Elizabeth can do. She plays h6.
A little bit late, unfortunately for her.
But still, there are some chances. I'm just thinking about perhaps there's a kind of a dream that black can kind of go b5, but Anna Muzychuk, she is ruthless when she needs to be, and she now offers a trade of queens. Queen check, just a spite check is not going to get anywhere. King to b2 or knight to c1 is also good enough.
Yeah, quite good technique from Anna here. I mean, when you're big material up, when you're like, as white is a whole piece up, you just try and swap pieces off. And white is getting ready to swap the rooks off. Now, I think we should go back to the other game, because I think it's clear now that this one, barring anything serious, I know they're getting the critical stage, but it's pretty straightforward for Anna. Let's just dive over and have a look at our other game, where we have Harika playing on with the white pieces, and look at the evaluation bar. It's well up in Goryachkina's favor, and we can see that black is 2 pawns up, and that pawn in the middle of the board is tying white's pieces down.
Yeah, all white can do here is just shuffle the king and just hope for the best. And we do see Harika make some moves. She's put her pawn on h5, but really, it is a big ask to ask her to save this game. Oh, yeah. And take a look at the clock times as well. Just 7 seconds for Harika. And this time they will only be getting a 3-second increment per move. And the b2 pawn now falls as well.
Everything is falling here. And there we go. And we also, I would like to say, Lizzie has resigned that game. As we saw, she just blundered that piece. Really heartbreaking. But can she bounce back? Well, I think it's possible. She has a lot of spirit. And here we also see this game is over as well. Great finishing move, distracting the white queen away. This made Harika resign, because you have to take the queen, but now you lose the f2 point, and you're going to lose the rook next and the game. So exciting games there. 2 decisive results. And now Harika must win, and Lizzie must win in the next game.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster of a match, and we are going to take a very quick break as we catch our breaths and get ready for more action coming up in the Blitz tiebreaks. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, and it is the final countdown for two of these players in their matches. We just saw Anna-Muzychuk defeat Elizabeth Paehtz, and we also saw Goryachkina just completely destroy Harika-Goryachkina. Well, will Harika and will Elizabeth manage to make their comebacks? We also going to see that if Goryachkina manages to make it through, well, fun fact, Salimova will be assured a place in the Candidates Tournament, so she will be hoping for that victory. But we are seconds away from what could be the final game of the tiebreaks. There we see Anna-Muzychuk, black pieces. All she has to do to get into the semifinals is hold that draw. Easier said than done. And the nerves are high. The tension is palpable. This is it, Simon.
Yeah, you can see it on the face there, can't you? I mean, okay, they are off, but, you know, it's also how much energy have they put into this event already? They've put a tremendous amount in. We see Lizzie in a must-win situation playing, well, what I call the modern Reti. This is something, again, I've done a chessball course on Richard Palliser, and it's a very interesting way to play. You keep all the pieces on the board, and you often go for attacking chances along these two diagonals, depending what you do here. I mean, the knight coming out, very normal, and now you often bring the pawn out and the bishop to b2. So it might look like a very solid way to play, but it's actually a very modern and interesting way to play. You avoid simplifications, and you keep later on these opportunities, especially if black castles on those diagonals there. We see that Anna is playing, okay, very solid setup. And here comes the bishop to b2. You can see a very nice bishop pointing at the king there.
And I wonder whether Elizabeth, she is in a must-win situation, is going to back up this bishop move by pushing the g-pawn 2 squares forward. Okay, not allowed by Anna-Muzychuk, who immediately plays e5.
Yeah, this is not considered to be the best because a pawn takes pawn. And now you can play knight to b5. And this, again, I know this because we've done the course on it, and it has happened now. And I think there's even an a4 or is it d4 move here at some point. The knight comes in here. This is considered a little bit better for white because the bishop is very, very nice. Just trying to work out if it's d4 suggested or a4. It might be a4 because the idea of a4 is your bishop comes to a3, which is another nice diagonal for that piece. So I think the opening has gone well for Lizzie. As well as these moves, you can do a sensible developing move, and she has decided to do this one, which is also good chances of an advantage because the pressure is against black center, so you want to pin that one. And now look at this bishop forever. This bishop is beautiful. So slightly better for white, but black reasonably solid as well here.
Yeah, but this is a good opening, I feel, for Elizabeth. All her pieces are active, and she has the bishop pair. This is something that she can play on for a long time. And there we see bishop d7 from Anna, and Elizabeth retreats the bishop to e2 just to keep an eye out on the g4 square. Getting ready to castle, and maybe she can even think about going f3.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I think the way to play this position is once you've castled, you try to start hitting the pawn on e4. So as you mentioned, Jovanka, you go f3 to try to chop away at that one, or you go d3. Black, very normal move, putting a knight in the middle, but now f4 immediately from Lizzie. But the computer, not a big fan of that move. What's happened? Well, an exchange on f3, the knight's taken, and maybe f4 is a little bit premature, but the fact remains this bishop is beautiful. What a piece that is, Jovanka, that bishop on b2. Lovely, isn't it?
I mean, I know it will win awards, is what I want to say. And of course, white is going to back that up with castling kingside, doubling on the f line, and then just harmonizing the queen into the attack. Anna Muzychuk, her pawn structure also, this pawn on d5 doesn't make a great impression. So it's actually difficult to recommend a move. I'm kind of expecting Anna to kind of castle kingside anyhow, and then just put the knight into e4 and hope for the best.
Yeah, makes sense. And another plan that white often does in this kind of middle game, because it is very similar to a Dutch, is the castle and bring the queen over to h4. This is like a key concept. This queen, very passive. Where is it ideally placed? Somewhere where it can harass the king. If you can get the queen over here, the pressure builds and builds. But you're right, knight e4. I really like this move. Trying to get opposite coloured bishops. So if you capture an e4, then it's opposite coloured bishops, increasing the chances of a draw. Even there, white is still a little bit better, I'd say, but good move, knight e4. You might be able to play f5 next even, or f6 to blunt that bishop out. Blunt your opponent's bishop with your pawns is a standard technique. So you kind of put a brick wall in front of them as you stub their range a little bit.
And I'm just laughing a little bit at that because I just took a quick peek over at the Aleksandra Goryachkina game against Harika, and I saw that last move that Harika played is a relatively close position, but very sharp in the King's Indian defense, was in fact to blunt the dark square bishop.
There's a lot of blunting going on then at the moment. These players enjoying a blunt. And here in this position, the knight comes into e4, but what should white play now? This is kind of a critical, maybe a critical position for Elizabeth because she's got to decide on the right approach. I mean, I might just play a4.
Queen e1.
Sorry? Queen e1.
I just liked your Queen e1 idea because the Queen really wants to be there on the king side. And then I would back that up with d3 and then move the bishop away and then Queen h4. Ta-da!
The other
thing also nice.
Also nice. I suppose the other thing you can try to do is get your queen to a1. Maybe that's kind of a bit. That's a bit like, yeah.
It's a bit meta for me.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that word so much. It reminds me of like Facebook and all that rubbish. Just like, oh god. But okay. I don't even know what it means, meta. I know what metaphysics means. I don't even know what meta means. It's just
I kind of used it in otherworldly, but I have no idea whether that's the correct use of it.
Metaphysics, I understand that one. That was part of philosophy degree, but meta, no, just take that word away. I still think white has the better position, but black's done a great job. Look at that. The blunt comes out, blunting the bishop, making black's king a lot safer. This move was the key move from Anna. And now she's just stopping any tactics over there. And she's got this great knight in the center of the board. I feel like Anna is okay now. If I was Lizzie, I'd probably really want to kick that knight away, right? Just play d3. Give it a little boot at some point. I don't know about now though, because this knight can eliminate that bishop. So, not sure.
No, it's not so easy. You do feel that d3 is the right kind of idea.
Yeah.
But maybe it's time to kind of... Can you French it out? Could you do weird stuff like g3 and bishop g2 and then like rook f4?
Well, I don't know, Ivanka. It looks a bit meta for me. Sorry. It's the only time I've used that word and the only time I will. So I just hate that word. Okay, I don't know why. Get over it, Simon. Well, in the end, I mean, just a simple exchange on e4. And I think the argument that Lizzie's saying is, well, I'm doing this. First of all, there might be a threat bishop c5 winning the exchange. But I'm doing this just because I feel my bishop is much better than your bishop. And even though the computer, for some reason, slightly prefers black, I totally understand this because look at that piece. I mean, you just got to compare pieces. I think black needs to start activating her piece as well. But the moves are coming a lot quicker and faster now. h3, nice move stopping that. And black just going for exchanges and Lizzie keeping the rooks on the board because this rook may start, you've got to try something like this if you need to win, may start running over here in this position.
Nice move from Anna Muzychuk. She's going to put her bishop on d3 and maybe play for moves like b5 and b4 at the right time. Bishop
Yeah.
d3 on the board.
So far, Anna is doing a great job of keeping the white rook out of the game and keeping, dare I say it, control of this position. I don't know about control, but keeping equality. Because if you can't get this rook in, I don't think you're going to be able to do much. And you can't go to f1. You can't go anywhere else. I mean, let's imagine that rook got over there. That would be great for white, but it can't do that. And you're not going to win this game just for your queen and bishop.
Well, interesting choice there from Anna Muzychuk, playing h5. So the first move that I would be thinking about is g4. g4 with the hope of playing pawn takes pawn, and the opening of the h line might be something that Elizabeth can use. But I also like this king slide. And then you can back that up with rook to g1 and g4. Crack open some lines and get going.
I like it. I love your rook g1 idea, because the one thing Lizzie needs to do, as we've mentioned, is get that rook in the game. And g4 is the only break I can see to get the rook working. And, you know, this bishop is lined up against the king, so you've got to increase the firepower against this blockading stub on f6. So has she moved the rook over? She's gone g4 immediately. Wow. And immediately Anna Muzychuk has played the rook to c5. This is getting exciting. The white rook is going to slide over. It really likes black's position, but I think if you want to win this game, you have to be brave. This is a brilliant move, though. Bishop e2. What a move from Anna. Rerouting nearer to the white king, forcing the pawn to make a decision.
Yeah, and this is the problem with rushing g4, is that now what black can simply pile up on the g4 pawn.
Yeah.
And how are you going to defend it? I mean, the thing that you'd like to play is perhaps pawn takes pawn, but rook takes rook will just kill the game immediately.
Yeah. That is the issue. I mean, the more pieces that get exchanged, the nearer to a draw and nearer to the next round that Anna gets. And you can see Lizzie, you can see her head is in her hands now. She's just trying to think of ways to keep this game going. I mean, amazing. It's amazing fighting from both players. It's been such an exciting match, but so focused as well. I think Lizzie is going to struggle at this moment, though. She's also only 30 seconds left. She's looking at the clock a lot. She can't find a move here. She just can't find a way to keep this going.
She's coming up to 20 seconds left on the clock. She can't do everything at once. She can't protect the g4 pawn and keep her king safe. She attacks the bishop, but the bishop is just going to move to f3. And Anna Muzychuk, she is winning a pawn, and with it, the game.
Well, maybe, I'm surprised at this. I thought maybe Lizzie's idea was to try and get this rook to the h file. We're saying Lizzie, obviously Elizabeth Paehtz. It's a nickname, and certainly not Anna Muzychuk's nickname. That would be weird. Okay, more exchanges happening here. There is a checkmate for it, but now queen g4 will get the queens off, and that should kill the game. She's played it. Anna was able to exchange the queens, and there you go. I think a draw has been agreed. Congratulations to Anna Muzychuk. Are we going to see her relax? Maybe not, in respect for her opponent. Brilliant stuff, though.
She breathes a big sigh of relief, because that match has taken everything from Anna Muzychuk. With that draw, she now enters into the semi-finals. But it's been a roller coaster. Elizabeth Paehtz, hats off to such a worthy competitor. The spot was in her grasp. Had it not been for a bad blunder there in the Blitz tiebreak game of war. Oh. And we got to move on to our second Blitz tiebreak between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Harika-Goryachkina. And remember, Harika is also in a must-win situation. Aleksandra Goryachkina, she's got less than 30 seconds on the clock. Can she do it?
Okay, so Black needs to win this position. And the first question is how can she ever win this position? Because it's so locked up. Look at these pawns. They're locked up all over here. and there's not many opportunities to get in. Maybe black can try and get the bishop in like this, but black's kind of lacking ideas. They're moving very quickly now. A lot of confidence shown, and she has pushed that pawn. That looked like the only way to do it. But maybe white can now control this important diagonal. I say important because you really never want to allow your opponent to improve their pieces in such a position. This is also, well, it looked like a clever move to me because it stops this queen from getting too active, but the queen trying to find a way in this way. At the moment, it's holding for white, but look at her time. Hang on a minute. I didn't see this, Jovanka. I didn't realize she was so short.
She's only down to 15 seconds left, and Harika will definitely play on that as much as she possibly can. I like your idea of going queen a1, just seeing how far black can go on the queen side, and if you get nowhere, move over back to the king side. Just try to induce panic in Goryachkina. That's the only thing that Harika can do when the position is as blocked and objectively drawn as this.
Yeah, I like the idea of just trying to get maybe around like here, you know. The thing to do in these kind of positions is get your queen as far into your opponent's position as you can. Also makes sense what black is doing. Try to improve the king. The king can be a great defender of the weak point on d6. It looks even, this position, but with the time situation, you probably got to favour Harika and another tie-break round because Harika can keep trying ideas and white can't make one mistake. So the moves are coming quick and fast at the moment.
Well, yeah, there certainly is. I mean, one thing that both sides do have to be mindful of is the 50-move rule. So if there's been 50 moves without a capture or a pawn move, then the position is draw. Well, the game can be declared draw. You can claim it. And if it's 75 moves, then the arbiter must step in and declare the game drawn.
Yeah. So the queen, do we see that? It did try to get in there, but Goryachkina had a good response, queen e2 there, which was threatening the pawn on b5. I know the computer has given lots of dubious marks to these moves, but it seems like at the moment, white is doing everything right. White is just stopping black from progressing in this position. And now the queen is sneaking in. It has got a way around. Black must win this one.
Queen to d3. Queen to d3, and the queen is not moving from a2. And, well, Harika, she's going for it.
Yeah,
Has Aleksandra Goryachkina found a way to draw this? I think she has.
This bishop has actually got itself to a very bad square. I preferred it when it was on this diagonal because it had a chance at least of poking out into the game. For example, d4, threatening the queen takes b2. On this square, it's very passive. It's just defending. And again, white keeping her cool so well at the moment. She's everything under control. That 50-move rule, it sounded ridiculous to me at the time, but they're on move 76 now. They could be getting near it. Oh, well, there goes a pawn. Not anymore.
Yeah, but it's interesting decision from Goryachkina. She's now built up to 15 seconds, so she decided to grab that pawn. She could have maintained the balance, and Harika will breathe a sigh of relief that the game is at least prolonging, because remember, a draw is as good as a loss for her.
Yeah. And yeah, Harika is a pawn down, but it's a blitz finish now. And there's always going to be chances when your queen is so active. For example, if that pawn ever drops, every white pawn will probably drop and black will win that one. The black king is a little bit safer. It can be contained over here. So there's some chances, but of course, white is a pawn up and white's bishop is doing a great job. That's why black defends the pawn, trying to get this bishop around. This is the right way for black to play, I think. You need to incorporate this bishop into the game. They're moving quick though now.
The players moving quickly, moving the queen around, and Goryachkina keeping a firm eye on the f3 pawn with her queen, and just moving the king, waiting for Harika to come up with a constructive plan. And the problem for Harika is that there is nothing.
It's really hard for black to find a plan. I mean, the only thing I can think of is try to get the bishop there, Jovanka. That's the only thing I can assume black can try to do. If you can get your bishop to d4, you can start hitting that point there as well. But it's not easy to get that idea in. Now, is there a queen c6 here? There is. The queen comes in, and now there could be a bishop takes d6. And of course, black can draw, but black needs to win this one.
Yeah, and Harika down to seconds. Is she going to take the draw? I think she has to.
Bishop f8 is a checkmate for it.
We see it.
Yeah, and a draw
and
is
it
agreed.
is a draw. And it is Aleksandra Goryachkina who does move on to the semi-finals. Well, this one has gone right down to the wire. We've seen all things. We've seen comeback victories. We've seen displays of brilliance. And in the end, it is Aleksandra Goryachkina who makes it past the post. What a day, Simon.
Yeah, what a day. What a really exciting day. First of all, commiserations to those players who have been knocked out. They've done exceptionally well to get this far, and the matches have been so close as well. It's got to be heartbreaking for the likes of Harika, who really put their heart and soul into it. But well done to those players who got through, and we now know that the three or two players? I've lost count now, who are going to be in the candidates for the women's. You have to remind me and help me out there, because that has only just been decided, right, Bianca?
Yes. And yeah, absolutely, Simon. Because everyone who's qualified in the semi-finals, they have a spot in the candidates, because Aleksandra Goryachkina already has a place there. And we can perhaps take a look at the semi-finals and take a look at those all-important matchups. It will be Paehtz-Muzychuk against Salimova. She is a dark horse. She's 20 years old from Bulgaria, and what a competitor she's been today and also throughout the event. And then we have an epic matchup between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi. The last time they played was in the candidates in 2022, and it was a knockout system, and there it was Tan Zhongyi who emerged the victor. Aleksandra will be looking for revenge. A lot of excitement there, and then of course, it is the quarterfinals in the open section, and we have some mouth-watering matchups. I'm going to steal the first one, Simon. Magnus Carlsen against the 17-year-old Gukash, who just plays better and better every time we see him. Who else are you looking forward to playing?
Well, I mean, they're all going to be great, aren't they? Every single matchup has something to offer, but I have to pick the same one. I don't like normally doing this, but you've got one of the greatest, if not the greatest player of all time against potentially a future world champion. And could it be the changing guard with Gukash coming in and performing the impossible? The way he's playing, I can see him taking down Magnus. So that's the match I pick as well. Have to.
Yeah, and Simon, what a day of chess. There's been some surprising results. We've seen Nepomniachtchi knocked out by Vidit, who played fantastic chess there in the 10-minute plus 10-second tiebreak. And of course, we've been through a roller coaster of chess and emotions. What have been your impressions?
The same, really. I mean, Vidit, really impressed by him, keeping his cool. He seemed very calm when things were very stressful. I think he could go even further in this competition. And, the other match I found very exciting was Paehtz-Muzychuk versus Elizabeth Paehtz, because it was win, 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 win. They were just slugging at each other all the way. So there was a lot of excitement and great chess today. So well done to the players.
Absolutely. It's been a tremendous day of action. Simon kind of called it. It's been a slugfest where we've seen the players fighting for their lives. And in the end, we did say goodbye to 4 players. But it is a big congratulations to those who've made it to the next stage, where we will be guided. Well, you'll be guided by the experts, Peter Lecko and David Howell. But that's it from us. That's it from me. And I'd like to thank everyone for watching. And, well, tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, because I can promise you the action will be epic.